answer to this stupid question, and we want to know in which country was margarine created. 215-263-WMMR. Let's go to Robert, see if he knows. Hey, Robert, morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, Robert, so do tell which country margarine was created in, please.
I did a paper of this in school, France.
Yeah, that's right. You did a paper on this, Robert?
Yeah, back in elementary school, back in the day. Right?
Back in the day. All right. Did you get a good grade?
I did. I got an A+.
All right.
How about that? Well, for now,
Well,
you
the
get
French Resistance and margarine.
You get a family 4-pack of tickets to Adventure Aquarium. You can discover 65 tons of beach fun and check out the supersized sand sculptures that they have taken over Adventure Aquarium. It's only for a limited time. You get tickets and info at adventureaquarium.com. At the box office, huge take for Super Mario Brothers. 146.36 million. Worldwide, it did like over 377 million.
So it's almost like 50 million over the projected take for it. It was a huge success.
Yep, and it was second best opening for an animated film in North America behind The Incredibles 2. So huge.
Built-in audience.
Yeah. John Wick Chapter 4 at number 2, followed by Dungeons & Dragons, Air, Scream 6, His Only Son, and then you had Creed 3 at 7, followed by Shazam, Fury of the Gods, Paint at number 9, and then 1001 rounding out the top 10. We're going to start with an entertainment story about Jeremy Renner. He is managing to make positive memories with his family amid his recovery. The Avengers actor took to Instagram on Friday to share photos and video of himself with loved ones at Six Flags Magic Mountain Theme Park in Valencia, California. Footage posted to his Instagram stories from the trip shows him using a motorized scooter to make his way around the park, and there's footage of him navigating the park on the scooter, and it includes a written message saying, "Leading the best way I can." Now, his post follows up his interview with Diane Sawyer.
Did you watch it?
I did not.
Yeah. It was good.
Okay. It aired on Thursday. The sit-down marked his first on-camera interview about the snowplow accident. And during the conversation, he revealed that he didn't expect to survive the incident and that the recovery involved doctors rebuilding his eye socket with metal plates.
Wow.
In addition to metal being added to his rib cage and titanium rods to his leg.
So they had a computer-generated depiction of how the accident occurred.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And now it makes sense. So he's jumping up on the snowplow, and those big treads, those big wide treads are moving along. So he's trying to get into the cockpit to stop it, but he moves forward on the treads as they're moving forward. He falls down face forward into the snow, and it rolls up on him. So the fact that he's alive after seeing that computer simulation blows my mind.
Yeah. So a report from the sheriff's office stated the accident occurred as Renner tried to prevent his nephew from being run over by the vehicle after it started to slide in the snow. So was it was
Here.
This says it was sliding. Okay, so no, it's rolling.
It's
Oh my
rolling.
God.
So do we know if the engine was engaged?
I believe it was, yeah.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
Wow.
You'd figure there'd be some sort of, you release something and it stops.
Yeah, something
Or maybe
like
it has
like
a
dead man's-
crush mode.
Well, like a dead man switch or
Right,
something
exactly.
like that.
Like
Interesting.
your basic lawnmower has.
Yeah. He said, "Don't let me live on tubes on a machine." He was saying what he told his family after the accident. He said, "If my existence is going to be on drugs and painkillers, let me go now." But he is bouncing back.
And they're promoting his series, which is where they take these RVs and they redo them as like mobile basketball facilities, and they donate them to charities, and it's on Disney Plus.
Nice. Lance Reddick's family and his longtime attorney, James E. Hornstein, said they are challenging the John Wick actor's reported cause of death. On Thursday, TMZ claimed that they obtained a copy of Reddick's death certificate, which listed ischemic heart disease and atheral... Oh, no,
Forget it.
No, I got to do this right. Dr. Mike said that my pronunciations of these things are getting better.
He's
the
got
other
a
day.
bump ticker.
Atherosclerotic coronary artery disease. Thank you very much. Has as his cause of death. Now, Hornstein said that the findings are not a result of an autopsy and are inconsistent with the facts known to the family. The lost actor died at the age of 60 at his home in Los Angeles. Reddick's attorney said the Wire actor was the most physically fit person I've ever known, and he ate as if a dietitian was monitoring his every meal.
He was in good shape.
Said the information appearing on the death certificate is wholly inconsistent with his lifestyle. On behalf of his wife, Stephanie, the death certificate information is not corroborated and is inconsistent with the facts known to the family. So,
the family could request an autopsy, right?
I guess so. I don't know how late it is in the game here, but listen, really healthy people can die. You know, like look at Bob Harper, the guy from The Biggest Loser. He was, the fitness coach. You thought this dude was in tip-top shape, but he just had bad genetics, and he had he didn't die, but he had the Widowmaker, and it was because he was in such great shape that he didn't die. But
maybe this particular disease that they're
What's the name of it again, Preston?
It is atherosclerotic coronary artery disease and ischemic heart disease. I don't know. Maybe that has to do with something else, Case.
Tonight at the Met, Preston Elliott will pronounce medical terms.
Did Dr. Mike really say you were doing better with your
He did. I swear to God.
That's a nice compliment.
It was a really nice compliment. He's, you're getting better at this, okay?
I love him so much.
I know. He's the man.
I think he thought he hurt your feelings by impugning your medical pronunciation.
Probably. All right, Bam Margera.
Oh, boy.
Hit with a temporary restraining order after allegedly threatening the life of a man named Daniel Cardenas. So, according to TMZ, the 28-year-old claims in legal documents that Bam invaded his home in the middle of the night last month, waking him and making a death threat. He accuses Bam of saying, "You have 12 hours to leave the house or I will kill you with my brass knuckles."
You cannot be a jackass.
Cardenas claims his roommates heard the alleged commotion and eventually forced Bam to vacate the abode. However, Cardenas claims that Margera came back 90 minutes later to confront him once more. He allegedly shoved a fistful of rings in his face and said, "You have 12 seconds to leave."
Wow.
A court hearing
Hardly any time.
is scheduled for today. And he claims to reside in an Oceanside, California house where Margera's supposed girlfriend Jessica and her 8-year-old daughter have stayed after he was arrested for domestic violence.
Man, I'm afraid we're at the ultra breaking point now. There's been something every other day with him. Somebody needs to do something. The main person is him, but Jesus.
Yeah. It's going to be
it's bad.
like a Robert Downey Jr. thing where, he's going to go
Play
in front
Iron
of the
Man?
judge. No, not that. He's going to face jail time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
eventually.
Yes,
Something,
exactly.
Something is going to happen if he doesn't reel it in now, where he's going to face jail time, and then that's the tough love. Man.
Yeah, there was footage of him at a restaurant. I guess his wife was there, and he walks out screaming about custody and exchanging the kid. And it's just, it's too much.
Well, I feel bad for the kid, too. Like, in that video,
And he
you
loves
see the
his
kid.
dad.
He's just kind of sitting there with his mom, and, like, neither of them are saying anything. They're just quiet, kind of in the corner at a restaurant.
And Bam's great with the kid, you know?
Yep. All right, on to rumors.
The album.
Kylie Jenner. No, not Fleetwood Mac.
It was a good record, though.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
One of the
I love it.
all-time greats.
Do we have any clips?
I'm sure we do.
Give him a minute. Kylie Jenner and Timothy Chalamet have sent fans into a frenzy as wild dating rumors swirl between the pair. So the reality TV star has. Leaving fans in a meltdown.
Guess who's here?
Kylie split from
Timothy Chalamet.
Travis Scott in December, while the Dune star was previously linked to Lily Rose Depp after they fell in love while starring on the Netflix series The King, where Timothy played King Henry and Lily played his wife Catherine of Valois.
Yeah. It's like a medical term.
So who knows if this is legit or not, but it's out there.
Chalamet is an impossibly good-looking guy, isn't he? He's got one of those improbable jaw lines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but his eyes are...
Dreamy?
Oh, you said that. One is higher than the
yeah,
other.
they're lopsided.
Remember, he
He's
said
like-
that a while ago.
That's why
like
he's
sloth.
losing out on the big stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
So anyhow, we'll see if
You're like Jason Alexander and Shallow Hal.
if they end up dating.
hey, I was the one who noticed a long time ago that Tom Cruise's two front teeth were like askew. And he always had that kind of like the side smile,
Yeah.
right?
And he went and fixed it, didn't
Yeah,
he?
He did.
Yes,
He
he
heard
did.
what you were saying.
Yeah.
So Timothy Chalamet should fix his eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, raise one cheek.
By the way, everyone's eyes are like that.
No, mine are perfect, I think. Was he the son in Interstellar? I think he's the son in Interstellar, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
He would have been a little kid at that point, right? Or pretty young.
Yeah, well, it ended up, when they were adults, it was Casey Affleck. But when they were children, when he leaves the
I
planet.
think it was Timothy Chalamet at that point.
I think
it very
it
well
was,
might be.
Yeah.
Nick is going to look that up and see if we can verify that.
Or is that just a rumor?
Yeah. No, and he freaking loves fingerling potatoes, guys. Yes.
Interstellar, 15 years old. Yes,
Yep.
he was in the film. So there you go.
He played Tom.
TMZ reports that Amanda Bynes is still on a psychiatric hold nearly 3 weeks after she was first hospitalized. Yes.
How long can you stay on one of those? That's the point where it runs out, right? You have to go into an actual facility. She's in police custody?
Now that I don't know.
Yeah.
Psychiatric hold, maybe, possibly. But anyhow, that's you're required to stay there
Right.
if you're under psychiatric hold. But yeah, I'm not sure.
What
I
state
think
is
they
she
may.
in?
She's in California, I believe.
All right, let me check. Because in Pennsylvania, it's no longer than 128 hours.
Okay. But they reassess after a while and decide whether or not they need to hang on to you, right? I don't know.
Hell.
Well, so she may be staying there now. It says under California law, the only designated professional personnel can place a person in a 72-hour hold.
Okay, so a doctor reviews her and says,
Yeah.
okay, you can hang out.
Sources said that she is not ready to leave yet and that she will receive outpatient treatment once she does. Halle Berry is, she knows how to live. On Saturday,
She does.
the Monsters Ball actress shared a photo of herself naked on a balcony, drinking a glass of wine as the sun shone down on her. And she said,
Can you see my labia?
no. Wow.
She's very sexy.
No, she said, I do what I want to do.
Take my clothes off.
It's like Cartman. I do what I want.
And then she wrote,
I'm very much like Cartman.
Happy Saturday. Rob Lowe surprised his son, John Owen Lowe, on a recent episode of the Drew Barrymore show.
Rob Lowe's son is John Owen Lowe?
Yeah. And Barrymore commented on how the unstable stars support each other throughout every high and low. And Rob responded by sharing that he's been in recovery for 33 years.
Yeah.
And he then presented John Owen with his 5-year sobriety chip.
Oh, so his son's going through it as well.
Yes.
Huh.
And John Owen said, I'm speechless. I usually have a witty retort. I don't have one for that. That was very nice of you.
So Rob Lowe got sober. You remember after that, I think it was at the Democratic convention in Georgia, a hotel, and he was drunk and got into a sexual dalliance that became sort of a scandal.
Was that sex lies and videotape? Is that in around that? Are those two correlated at all?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah. So and he's been sober all that time. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Valerie Bertinelli is giving her cooking show a farewell toast. The Golden Globe winner.
I didn't know she had a cooking show.
Yeah, she's had it for, this will be her 14th season coming up.
Wow.
In fact, we had her on the show to talk about it. Well, no, she talked about...
I didn't pay attention.
She talked about judging the kids' baking show or something like that.
Yes.
that she
Okay.
did.
Familiar with that. Yeah.
But maybe we talked about her cooking show too. But anyhow, this will be the 14th season will be her last. She admitted that she was hoping that Food Network would change their minds after they canceled the show last summer. She said, I got some good news and some bad news. The good news is tomorrow at 12 noon on Food Network, 14th season of Valerie's Home Cooking starts airing all new episodes. The bad news that it's the final season. She said Food Network canceled this last season. I don't know why. And
she's delightful.
She is. She said, I didn't say anything last summer because honestly, I was hoping that they would change their mind, but they have not. So this is it. This is the final season.
Well, her attitude is just take one day at a time, right?
That's it, Steve.
That's a show.
She said that she loved making the show, adding that it was such a dream come true. Every single part of it brought me so much joy. I love the crew. I love everybody in production. They love making the show for you.
She's going to travel, but she's going to avoid Cincinnati. She hears it's hot in Cincinnati.
I think it was Cleveland. But whatever. It's
Is it
hot in
Cleveland?
Cincinnati, too. Yeah.
No, it's WKRP
God damn
in
it.
Cincinnati.
Yeah,
No.
WKRP in Cincinnati and hot in Cleveland.
Well, then
Yeah.
where's France?
That's overseas.
Oh.
Valerie's home cooking premiered on Food Network in 2015.
I didn't realize she's been cooking all this time.
Featuring the actors and friends, including Betty White, Hoda Kotb, and Mackenzie Phillips, modernizing recipes passed down through her family before enjoying dinner with guests.
What did Mackenzie Phillips make? Here's a dish my dad loved.
Ooh. She also co-hosts and judges the Food Network's Kids Baking Championship. So, but I guess she's going to continue to do that one. Veteran actor and animal rights activist James Cromwell recently helped PETA save a baby pig that had been headed to slaughter, and in keeping with Cromwell's beloved piglet who learns to herd sheep in the film Babe, he has named the pig Babe. I think we have audio of this.
We should, yeah.
Case, do you see anything
I got
of
you.
that?
Yep.
All right, let's play a little bit.
He met the pig first via Zoom, and we have that.
Hello there, little man. I understand your name is Babe. I knew a pig named Babe. What a smart little pig she was. Bet you are too. So you jumped off a truck so you wouldn't be somebody's Easter dinner? What a great thing to do. Nobody should have any animal for dinner. Invite the animals to dinner, that's what I say.
I loved you in LA Confidential.
Oh my God! It just talked!
It's like the movie.
Oh, it's great. Guy Pearce and Russell Crowe. It's just a fascinating look at Hollywood at that time.
Cromwell, by the way, 83 years old, is an honorary PETA board member, and the organization announced Friday that he decided to help when he learned a young animal had fallen off a truck on the way to a slaughterhouse that had been found scraped and covered in mud. And, of course, his experience making Babe inspired him to go vegan.
It's such a beautiful movie. I just watched it again recently. It is a tearjerker. It's nothing's completely black or white. There's shades of different people's personalities, but it's just it's a masterpiece. He's the facilities here in Pennsylvania. And I think my wife is going to go when they arrive there with the pig. So
it's called Indraloka Animal Sanctuary.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where in Pennsylvania it is. Do you know?
I think it's Western PA. I'm not sure.
She's going to drive all the way out there to meet this one pig?
Yeah, well, there's other things that they're trying to finagle as well.
All right, that's cool.
Pet charity stuff.
We have another clip of him, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go.
We're going to go to a sanctuary, and you're going to meet a lot of other incredible animals. And I'm looking forward to meeting you. I'll see you there. That'll do, pig.
Aww.
That'll do.
What was Guy Pearce like?
He said...
Enough already with this is not what we're talking about.
He said, having the privilege of witnessing and experiencing pigs' intelligence and inquisitive personalities while filming the movie Babe changed my life and my way of eating. And so I jumped at the chance to save this real-life Babe.
Do you know anyone who has who's had a pet pig?
Yeah, I have my buddy in fact, Kathy, when he was at Westchester, they had a pet pig named Bacon.
Huh.
Yeah.
Who was
Kevin.
Skabig Nose.
No, not Skabig Nose. Stella.
I believe they had a chicken for a little while.
A chicken as well?
I think so, for a little while.
What would you name that? KFC or something like that?
All right, so Bacon, maybe Nugget?
Yeah,
like it.
I like it, Case. According to Variety, Barton Fink actor Michael Lerner passed away on Saturday at age 81.
Huh.
He's one of these guys that you look at and you go, that guy. Character actor, tons of stuff.
He was in a lot of Coen Brothers stuff.
His nephew, Sam Lerner, shared the news on Instagram on Sunday. He said, we lost a legend last night. It's hard to put into words how brilliant my Uncle Michael was and how influential he was to me.
That's a dude I would have loved to have interviewed.
Yeah.
Ton of stuff.
Nominated for an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor in his role in Barton Fink, and he also held roles in films such as Elf, Godzilla, X-Men Days of Future Past, A Serious Man, Blank Check, and No Escape.
Was he a good guy in Barton Fink? Because I've never seen that movie, but I feel
saw
bad.
it so long ago, Case, I don't remember.
Okay.
I saw it once. To be honest, I was not a huge fan of that movie. It was okay.
You feel bad because what?
Because I don't like him, but I don't know him as a person. But every character he plays, I'm like, I don't like that guy.
Drive to his gravesite and piss on it.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't know the guy, but I know
he was
characters he plays.
He actually played a lot of good guys too in other movies, but he did tend to play the gruffer character. Yeah. But he is a classic character actor. Tons of stuff.
And then one final story. Lucasfilm revealed more info about what's ahead for the movie side of the Star Wars franchise. It announced 3 films, one which will feature the return of Daisy Ridley as Rey. That film, what?
I'm over on your side now. I'm Star Wars out.
Yeah.
But you know what, Preston? The final nail for me has been the 3rd season of The Mandalorian has been so cruddy.
Oh, really?
I'm like, oh man, come on, man. They're looking to sell Grogu the Baby Yoda toys, and that's what they're doing. And I mean, I love this show. That was like, okay, that and Endor but I mean, man, it's too much.
Well, here's what they don't need.
Tap the brakes on this.
They don't need somebody. The foil doesn't need to have to like try and conquer space. You know what I mean? The Jedi is cool enough that they could just be.
They could be like the Pink Ladies.
Well, no, but they could be. By the way, I started watching that Rise of the Pink Ladies. Fell asleep, but anyway.
Is that a Star Wars movie? Rise of the Pink Ladies?
Yeah. Hang on, what was I saying? No, but like he could
May
be
the
like
Riz be with you.
space sheriffs.
Well, that's kind of what Mandalorian is.
Heard that she has a bun in the oven.
What was that?
I've heard she has a bun in the oven.
Oh, a bun in the oven. All right. Well, anyhow, the film will take place 15 years after the events of The Rise of Skywalker, the final movie in the Skywalker saga. And the most recent Star Wars movie to hit the big screen. It will center around Rey forming a new Jedi Order.
She should have a nail salon. They should go in a completely different direction.
Rey's nail salon.
Yeah.
But enough about me. I want to hear about you, girl.
A movie from James Mangold will dive into the origins of the Force. This sounds kind of interesting. And the Jedi, and it will be set 25,000 years before anything else we've seen in the Star Wars universe to date.
So it was a long time ago to begin with, and now it's longer and much longer before the Star Wars. So all the Star Wars movies that we see are occurring in the past, right?
Yeah.
That's the time frame.
I guess so.
Any Ryan Johnson news? Because he was supposed to
canceled now.
direct 3.
Yeah, he had a whole trilogy lined up, and they've canceled plans for that.
Oh,
That's
wow.
a shame.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, they're planning more movies. We'll see how they go. All right. We're ready for clips. The new film Paint follows the journey of a failed television show painter. And here, star Owen Wilson talks about his...
Sorry.
What's up?
I wasn't ready.
Okay.
I love you.
So, I just want to tell you I love you. Here's Star Wars... not Star Wars. Here's star Owen Wilson. Talks about his dream of becoming an actor. Here we go.
I think just growing up in Dallas to have said you wanted to be an actor and be in movies would have sounded, okay, yeah, me too. And then I want to go win the lottery after that. It would have just sounded ridiculous. Shut the
up! Sounded.
He's basically playing Bob Ross.
They're clearly going for a Bob Ross thing with the hair, with at least his look. I don't know if the whole delivery is going to be the Bob Ross
It
thing
is.
or not. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's the whole approach. I don't know why they just didn't make a Bob Ross. Are they making one? Maybe they're making a Bob Ross biopic.
No, I think another painter comes onto the scene. It's almost like Death to Smoochie, where
like a competing painter?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe. Listen, I've been wrong about so many things.
Or maybe Nell comes in.
Yeah. And she's pissed.
She's throwing his easel around.
Little happy little Kong Kong here.
I'm gonna put a little side on the Kong Kong over there.
You need a what's that on the side of my Kong Kong? But Nell's got the paint all over her face. She's eating the brush. It's not as relaxing as Bob Ross.
I don't know. It might be ASMR triggering as well,
it could.
like Bob Ross was.
When she was like, so tie-tie.
Yeah. So tie-tie over his arm. Little sign on the Kong Kong.
All right, Paint's in theaters now. Here's the nice clip. The second season of Schmigadoon is back with more musical numbers, comedy, and heartfelt moments. In this clip, Keegan-Michael Key talks about his new opportunity in the second season.
During Schmigadoon, the hardest part of being part of that project was that I couldn't sing and dance and bop along to the music the way I wanted to, the way that I, Keegan, the person who loves musical theater, wanted to. And so I was just like, stand there, and the director was always just like, Keegan, less movement, stop moving. You don't like it, you hate it, remember that you hate it. So I think that Cinco Paul must have noticed that and was like, okay, let's give Keegan a couple of numbers this time around.
Schmigadoon is out now on Apple TV Plus.
So I watched it on the time off. I'm caught up, and it's great. It's very funny. And if you, the first one was very much like The Music Man, that type of musical. This is Cabaret, Chicago, and oddly enough, Hair. So like those Godspell sort of mixed in. So but it's more overtly comedic this time around.
All right. And that is the last story I have in the entertainment news. We have a lot going on today. We are going to reveal the lineup of the MMRBQ, the on-sale ticket information, all that stuff coming up right around 8 o'clock. A little less than an hour from now, we're going to spill all that information out. And at the same time, we have to do both of these in the same shot, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then we also do the concert cash keyword, and that has to be as close to 8 o'clock as we can get it. So we're going to try to put all this stuff together, and it's an opportunity for you to win not only tickets to the MMRBQ, but $1,000 to boot. We'll tell you exactly how that's going to work. We're also going to talk to our friend Chris Jericho a little bit later on this morning. So we're going to take a break and come back in a moment and get to it all. So please hang out with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That's new. The cameras are rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. This very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I
No,
mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people, it's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Channing gets out of limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know,
yeah.
so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's what is it, 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Again. I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like, you know that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat?
Or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
people.
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, you know,
No
all
one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes.
love you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. thing
Oh,
to
that's
make
really cool.
to
Yeah,
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
now
that-
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them? Do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth, back and forth, back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you 5 guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening, to say, oh, wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character. It doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her. And so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it. You go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way. But actually, it's Sam's character that wants to do this. And that process of, I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all sounds
bizarre,
really, bizarre.
And overly artsy, but I would understand that. When you're writing for multiple characters, I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building. And, he, you know, a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, you know, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating, is your ability to have empathy. I've always, you know, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. It's all that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to, you know, to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously, we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out, and there's 2,000 people outside, and they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, you know, I'm a classic Philly boy. You know, it's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are.
M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just, and it was something stupid to do as a kid, that when you would call it, it is, you know, it would dial, or it would ring once, and then it would pick up and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
And no, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you everything.
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though? Yeah, what do you want?
And so he's the only one that broke into the top 100. It says here in Victor's article, the poker mastermind turned global options trader who runs the main line's secretive Susquehanna International Group.
Susquehanna.
And he said that the billionaire, he said, you might also know him as the billionaire and rising GOP mega donor who's gaming the tax system, as ProPublica described him in 2022 in a headline about him.
You know that the average billionaire only pays 8% in like income tax?
Really?
Yeah. Whereas like everybody else is something like, I don't know, 25, 30, 33%, something
They
like that.
know how to game the system.
They're good. They're smart. They got all those people working for them.
Yaz, who has long made Lower Merion Township his home, didn't just land in the top 10. He landed in the top 50, actually.
How about that?
At number 48, he has an estimated net worth of $28.5 billion.
Kind of thought we'd have a few more. They said 2 or 3 billionaires in the area.
No, there's more billionaires. They're just not these super high-ranking billionaires.
Not
so,
like in the top 50.
yeah. So he is.
I want our billionaires to be the best.
But he is twice as rich as the second richest person from the Philadelphia area on the list. And that person would be number 151, Michael Rubin.
There you go.
Former Sixers partner, who is now CEO of sports merchandising company Fanatics.
Man, I've been trying to get him on the show for a long time.
I know.
And I know some people who know him, and I think he'd be a great interview. I think he did a lot of good things for the Sixers. And Matt Cord says he's a really nice, approachable dude.
Okay, well, let's get him on.
We keep trying to whittle
if
away.
we could, please. If anybody knows Michael Rubin, tell him that we're okay. And we'd
Mine
like to have
too,
him on.
Preston. Hey, guys. No, yeah, that'd be nice.
So he is he's worth $11.4 billion according to Forbes. These things are never 100% spot on accurate, but they're pretty close.
Yes.
By the way, he bought his daughter a tank for her 16th birthday.
What?
Man.
Yeah, I don't know what the story is behind
Like an
that.
actual army tanker.
Yes.
I guess so. Yeah. It also pays for his money. Also pays for his 11,000 square foot home on 5 acres in Bryn Mawr, a $70 million California home originally designed for Ronald Reagan, and a $43 million penthouse with a pool in Manhattan.
I saw this super cool house. It had to be one of these billionaires. But Preston's, so their living room is adjacent to their pool. But the pool is built up.
Oh, my gosh.
So that it's like aquarium glass on their living room. So they can see the pool halfway from the pool down to the floor is see-through. It's so cool.
Speaking of Fanatics, at least in my mind, there's a relatively new Fanatics facility in Conshohocken, Kathy. Like if you're driving west on the Schuylkill Expressway, you look across the river. It's in one of those newer buildings right along the river, sort of near where the train station is. You know, there's 3 or 4 of them in a row that are built similarly.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's Fanatics headquarters now, but I'm not 100% sure.
In Conchi?
In Conchi.
Really?
Steve, if you're driving west on the Schuylkill, next time, right before you get to Conshohocken, look across the river, and it's all over the side of that building. And I noticed it within the last 5 or 6 months or so. I don't know how long they've actually been there, though.
Yeah, those buildings, whatever business is there, they put the sign up pretty big because, I mean, it's very
It's advertisement.
visible.
Yeah, you have massive traffic every day.
Yeah, it's nice visibility there.
Marissa wrote a note and brought in here. It says, the tank was a joke on social media, as in, watch out, she has her license now. This is the only vehicle that she'll be safe in.
Type
thing. So
he didn't actually buy it?
I don't know. Did he actually buy it? Well, Marissa says, I don't know.
Well, I bet you he could.
I don't know. Marissa, what are you trying to say? I see you putting your hands up in the air.
I mean, like, he pulled a tank up to the house for her to get into. Like, it was there. He went forward with the joke, yes.
From Rafferty Tank.
Yeah, I guess so. And then the third richest person lives in Delaware County.
Oh!
Is it me?
Newtown Square, and it's Casey Foster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus
Oh, my
Christ.
God, wow.
Get that hot tub.
No. Actually, it's the Mars Candy heir, Victoria Mars. She is the third wealthiest person.
We were recently talking about her within the past year, I want to say, and I forget what was the story pertaining to?
I've forgotten. It was a while back, but I remember that.
I'm going to knock up at her house because I have a question for her. Is the Snickers with almonds the new, is that what the Mars bar used to be? Do you know, have you guys had the Snickers with almonds? Because Mars bars don't exist anymore, and I loved those.
I did like Mars bars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good question. That very well could be pretty damn close to it.
Yeah, should I knock up at her house?
You should go there.
You should.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that gives you that's an avenue
Step away from the house
into opening a discussion with Victoria Mars.
Did it have to do? No, that was another guy. I'm thinking of acquisition of parkland, but no. Okay.
So she is the wealthiest woman from the area, and she is number 195 and is worth $9.6 billion. Wow.
Speaking of land and Delaware County, did you see, and I read it briefly, I can't remember if we talked about it before we went on vacation or not, but that there was a large, I forget how many acres of land purchased somewhere in Delaware County, and it was under a company name that was connected to Shyamalan.
Yeah, so
did you see that?
I did.
I did not.
Well, so people were really happy about it because they were worried that somebody was going to come in and develop it, that they were going to take this 100-acre plot of land and just put houses there. And so people are happy because Shyamalan bought it
to keep it as it is.
Well,
or make Shyamalan world.
What I heard was that. He's going to use that land to build houses for his daughters, and that's going to be where because he has.
So it's not going to be high density housing. Okay, all right. Also, some other rich people in our area that were not on in the top 100 on the list of richest people in the world.
By the way, you don't have to be a billionaire to invite us over to your house.
Yeah,
you can be hundreds of millionaires.
Yes, we're okay with that.
Yeah, hundreds of millions is fine. Too. So Sixers partner Josh Harris is number 442 with $5.8 billion.
Where does he live?
What's that?
Where does he live?
I don't know. It does not say. Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie is number 624 with $4.4 billion. Campbell Soup heir Mary Alice Dorrance Malone is number 679 with $4.1 billion.
I remember her house growing up. She had this estate in Paoli, and it was unbelievably gorgeous. And it was like sort of back off of 252. In between Paoli and sort of like Newtown Square, but man, was it just unbelievably
where does Newtown Square and like Waynesboro, that because I get a little bit confused. You go down because there are
where do they intersect, or where do they?
I don't know where Newtown Square ends, but you drive back past like Aronimink, Preston, and you turn down like Waterloo Road, and there are these beautiful,
I know what you're talking about.
Amazing houses,
like estate level.
Oh yeah, there's just one in particular. It's on this corner. Every single time I drive past, I'm like, man, I wonder who lives there.
The animals can find.
Yeah, no, I just want to like knock up. I'm like, who lives here?
Yeah.
So I have a friend who's very well off and lives in a super duper wealthy area, and his neighbors' houses are unbelievable. Well, his house is unbelievable, but he has pointed out a couple of people, and he's like, that guy's is head of a construction company.
Right.
This guy owns a bunch of strip clubs. Yeah, kid you not.
A lot of money.
The biggest house I've ever seen in this area.
Strip club
guy. I mean, it looks it looks like a casino.
Is it Dean?
No, because I know
it's not Dean.
Okay. I know
Dean's the most unassuming billionaire I know.
No, but I know where Dean used to live, and he doesn't live there. He lived in Springfield, Delco.
What was his house?
It wasn't opulent. That's the right word, right? I mean, it was a nice house, but it was like
wasn't corpulent.
No, it was Gregorian. It was a nice house.
Oh my gosh.
But
did he pay for it in singles?
Possibly.
Anyhow, let me get a couple more of these, and I have something I'm going to move on to.
Yeah.
Phillies owner John Middleton is number 852 with $3.4 billion.
That's another guy I want to get on the show.
And Comcast CEO Brian Roberts is number 1,725. He's got $1.7 billion.
We've met Brian, have we not? Didn't he come out to, or
Dave Roberts? We've met.
Many times.
We know Dave Roberts.
Oh, the weather guy.
No, John Middleton was scheduled on our show before COVID when we were at spring training, and then I don't know what happened, but it was like abrupt, and they were like, "Yeah, he's not going to come on now."
I met him in the playoffs last year. He came out after one of the series victories, and just
nice guy, right?
Could not have been a nicer guy. Steve, he was like tossing baseballs out to a whole bunch of fans. There was a pregnant lady there, and he made sure that she got one. Like he's a great dude. He's a really good face of the franchise as well.
He'd probably invite us over to his house.
Probably.
I met him a couple times. He is very nice. He's just like. Not really what you would expect.
Yeah.
Like he just seems like he's kind of like a normal guy.
He made his money in cigars. That's where the Middleton family franchise came from.
Then it all went up in smoke.
Hey, Ma!
No, so does he still have any interest in
us?
Cigar?
I don't know.
No,
Is that-
they sold the company. It was passed down for generations, and
Interesting.
it was a big deal when they sold it because it was not being passed down to his son. Yeah.
Wow.
So, but I think they got like $2.1 billion for the sale of the cigar company.
Also, his son's a cool dude. I follow his son on Instagram, and he's like a film producer, and he does some really interesting stuff in Hollywood. And I think occasionally listens to the Preston and Steve show.
Really? He does, yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Hey,
Come on, man.
Hey, what's going
Say,
on?
bro.
Johnny.
So with that, there's another article that kind of goes in line with this, and it is apparently a Reddit group has uncovered a host of subtle telltale signs that someone is very wealthy, and you may not know it.
So my father, for years, always contended that you would not, and I did see empirical proof, or at least anecdotal proof, that you will be surprised at who is very wealthy. There a lot of times there are things that they're doing that you wouldn't associate with the very rich, like driving along in your Benz or eating Grey Poupon or whatever. And so this is an interesting article.
So this is very wealthy. This is not just well off. This is very wealthy people. So these are some of the things that were pointed out. And the first one on the list is shunning designer clothing and logos.
That's me.
One theory is that rich people tend to steer away from expensive and extravagant clothing from luxury brands such as Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, and Gucci. Instead, they tend to wear solid colored tops with a simple pair of khakis or jeans and sneakers with no logo in sight. No, because they would have.
That's right. A bit of an obvious logo, of course.
Another subtle sign someone is wealthy is that their clothes fit them perfectly, as they have tailored the items they buy. Even though they may not be designer, they will get them tailored so that they at least fit properly.
I think the only thing that actually fits me are my socks and my underwear. Everything else is like, so my suits, I look
Check
like.
out the fit of that underwear. I agree, Case, because they're elastic.
I mean, I'm wearing sweatpants that, I think maybe fit me, and a shirt that might be a little bit too big.
But what the point that he's making is actually very good.
Yeah.
They will take the time to tailor more casual, less ostentatious clothing.
They'll take sweatshirts
Right.
and go and get them altered so that they fit right.
Or have the guy come to their huge estate. And
actually just create them for them.
You take in my underwear?
So their clothes fit perfectly because they don't expect things off the rack to fit perfectly, so they have someone after them fit them. In fact, Mark Zuckerberg, who became the youngest self-made billionaire in 2007, at 23, wears the same colored clothes every day, gray top and jeans.
That's like Alfred Einstein.
Yeah, he explained that his dressing the same helped him focus on more significant decisions at work.
Alfred Einstein is a genius.
Alfred Einstein.
Was he like a rocket surgeon or something?
So here's another thing that you may notice: a perfect smile and brilliantly white teeth.
Kathy,
super rich.
Oh man, she's got to be fabulously wealthy.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, her mouth doubles as a lighthouse.
So these are just subtle hints that you can, if you notice that this person might have more money than you realize.
They're on to me.
Most rich people have excellent teeth, as they have been going to the dentist multiple times a year for checkups and procedures their entire lives.
Could having rotting teeth and one bloody nub be just a way to throw people off the trail?
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't have money.
They also
Which
have,
makes you think I'm wealthy.
They also have expensive cosmetic procedures done, such as teeth whitening.
Yes.
I worked this one event not that long ago at a bar, and I think we were giving away something, and the lady at the end of the bar won this thing, and she was hammered.
Yeah.
Right? And she walks away with and somebody who worked at the bar is like, dude, do you know that she's like loaded, this lady? Like,
she completely bombed.
Well, no. Like,
wealthy.
money-wise, like it was just, you wouldn't.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know how she made her money.
Did they give you an estimate as to what her wealth was?
Millions.
Wow. Okay.
Millions, yeah.
But somebody said teeth are a subtle sign. You can tell when someone's gone to the dentist multiple times a year that their entire lives that that's an expensive habit. So I mean, I go every 6 months.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
like
it's
you're supposed
not.
to.
Your insurance covers.
But
it.
I guess
to
if
show off.
If you're getting, all the braces and
The whitening.
and
These kind of
zooms and all those these things.
with the kind of the zoom and the braces, and the lightening and the straightening and the time.
All right, here's another note of the very wealthy. They stay silent during money discussions.
Uh-huh.
So you can tell that someone is financially secure during a conversation about money issues as they tend to go silent and stare at the ground.
Yeah.
And like kick the dirt around a little bit with their feet, right?
And they're like, I guess this is the like overly wealthy.
Yeah, super wealthy.
Because I have a few people. I know a few people that have some money, and that would not be the case for them.
So I think there's a point at which some people are perhaps embarrassed by their wealth, and then there are other people who are thrilled by it and become. I wonder statistically what you're more likely to find. The wealthiest of the wealthy, are they more likely to rub it in your face, or I think they're going to.
And I think it has to do with their personality too.
Yeah.
It depends on the type of
Right.
person
I
who
think
has
so.
the money.
It's interesting because listen, I'm not crazy wealthy or anything like that. I have a good living. I've made we've done very well in this show, and so I'm comfortable. And depending on whom sometimes I'm a little embarrassed by
You
that.
are always throwing around how much money you make.
All right, don't I?
Yeah.
In front of you guys.
You'll like
I
drop
do.
your wallet, let the money fall out and stuff. It's
No, but I
weird.
mean, depending on who you're
Wait
around.
a second. You at the register, how much do you make? I make 100 times more than you. Isn't that funny? Hey, mechanic, you just changed my oil. How much do you make an hour? Oh, my God, that's horrible.
Preston's in here making it rain with hundreds.
No, you're not that way. But that's...
No, I'm saying there are times when I can be a little embarrassed by that. You know, I don't know.
It
I'm gonna
makes
shut
me
up now.
feel bad how little you make.
Well,
I'm embarrassed for you.
Also, Preston, like it's when you're around people who make a ton of money or have a ton of
Oh, my
money,
God,
it
yeah.
can make you feel a little less than.
Yeah,
and
totally.
So, and it's always sort of keeping up with the Joneses. Kathy, I wanted to ask you. I have some family that have a little bit of money, and one of their pleasures in life is finding knockoff bags. So they will go cheap and find like a
the
Chanel,
bags?
yeah, for like a Louis Vuitton bag or Chanel bag or whatever, and not because. I don't know. They'll go to like Canal Street and buy a $50 bag.
Well, probably because if they're carrying it, everyone is going to think that it's real since they have some money.
I was just reading an article, and it actually is tangential to this, Preston, about the super wealthy who like go to who likes coupon cut,
sure,
and
LeBron James.
So people would say, well, that's how they got wealthy. They manage their money well, but. Yeah, it's kind of, we don't think, aren't you past that now? You don't need to do that.
Yeah, LeBron James is proud and brags about how cheap he is.
Yeah.
In fact, he tweeted something out the other day about how
He's got a great deal he got?
No, about how he's not going to have a blue check mark next to his name because he refuses to pay for that because well, and then he just left it at that because he's
People
infamously
know him as being so cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Frugal.
Hang on, I want to go to this call. This is Emily. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock my world.
All right. It says here you're dating a very wealthy person.
Yeah, for almost 4 years now.
Okay.
It was originally he and his wife were billionaires, but when they separated, each of them became 500 millionaires.
Okay.
So
Wow.
he felt like he was poor.
Okay.
So at $500 million, he felt suddenly that he was poor.
Let me tell you, he's a Walmart shopper.
All right.
Like-
so he lost half his money. I could see, even if you have $500 million, you're like, wow.
Yeah.
I lost half of what I had.
When
So-
he shops at Walmart, is he led around by a concierge?
No, absolutely not. He drives a Ford F-150. You would not know that he had a dime.
Well, that speaks to this. Does he spend his money? Is there one thing that he will spend his money on?
Yes, he's afraid to be in groups. Like he won't go on a vacation unless it's on a cruise ship where it's a narrow, like he'll fly first class to wherever he wants to get on the boat, but he doesn't want to be like around a beach. You know, we can't go anywhere except on a boat.
So everything is like boutique hotels and low population wherever he goes.
No boutique hotels. He wouldn't spend that money. It's a Holiday Inn.
Oh, wow.
Holiday Inn.
Wow. Wow.
It's a Holiday
So he
Inn,
sounds like he kind of.
and then on the boat.
Is he afraid for his life?
Oh, absolutely. He thinks, he won't go out to dinner. He won't go to a restaurant.
Well,
He's a chef.
Okay.
He will not go anywhere because he's afraid somebody will slip.
Emily, that's
I'm sorry. He's afraid what, Emily?
Someone will slip poison into his food.
Well, it sounds like he's a little deranged, Emily.
Howard Hughes-ish.
Yeah. Wow. Does he
But
pee in little
he's
mason jars?
also a MAGA, so I have to keep quiet with my politics.
Well, so let me ask you this: when he's out and about, is he ever out and about? Does he take you out?
Actually, like we'll do small. He lives in a very small town that has 900 people, and we'll go to like a boat show because it's right on the water. We'll go to like a dragon burn in his area, but he knows
They have dragons where he
everyone
lives.
there.
Oh my God!
That's dragon
He can afford
Yeah.
a dragon.
Yeah, we're gonna kill a dragon today in the park.
I got in a full-on dragon argument with my girlfriend over break, but we can save that for another time.
I need to know what a dragon burn is. What is that?
Oh, at Christmas, New Year's, the whole town builds a dragon.
Is it a
and
phoenix?
then as soon as when Christmas trees are done, they stuff this giant dragon with the Christmas trees and light it aflame.
So it sounds like your version of Burning Man.
It is. It's
Okay.
a small version of Burning Man.
All
But
right.
It's like an alcoholic town. They drink themselves to oblivion.
It's like Wicker Man. But Emily, you're living a bizarre life with this guy.
Yeah.
It's a very strange. Where I'm on Social Security disability because of tumors on my spine. So, Christmas. It's very sad. Like I'll get a $50 gift card.
Oh, you need to find somebody else with money. That's like not even. You're not even dating someone with money.
Yeah, I mean,
You're not even. You're not even
benefit.
You're not even able to suck him dry from his cash.
He might actually not even be rich. He just told you he was.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know that he is.
Oh, damn it! All right.
Does not sound like a very good relationship.
No, that sounds.
You know what I do?
know.
Next time, push him into one of the burning dragons.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Wow.
No, first marry him so she gets the
Oh,
money
right.
when he goes into the burning dragon.
Oh my God! Now I'm a little afraid for my life when I'm around him for too long.
Well, this is not a healthy relationship.
No, it's not a giving relationship.
Right. Give me something.
Like some of your money.
Give me some of that goddamn money.
Emily, I'm lost
Yeah.
in
Why are you
contributing
doing
to this conversation and
Is
any
he well
advice you have.
hung?
Well, it's a different point of view. I like food stamps is what I know.
He's letting you. You're dating him, and he's letting you live off of food stamps, and you're in an almost poverty situation, and he's not coming to your assistance at all.
No, he will take me with, like last year we went to the Panama Canal. We went to the Caribbean for 3 weeks. Like he will take me where he's going.
All right.
But that's about it.
That is a weird dynamic
I'm
there,
still
Emily.
trying to figure out what a freaking dragon burn
It's
is.
where
I googled
you make
it
a
and-
big dragon, like a fake dragon, and then you stuff it with the Christmas trees and set it on fire.
I know. I heard her say that, but I'm googling it, and there's nothing. I mean, there's a song called "Dragons Burn."
No, here we go. Oriental, North Carolina.
Oriental, North Carolina. Anyone can tell you that.
Yeah, well, you can look that up at towndoc.net. It's a whole thing about it.
He lives in North Carolina?
Yes. 7.5 hours, and I drive to see him because I can't afford to fly.
What?
And he doesn't fly down there?
No.
Hundreds of millions of dollars and he won't fly there. All right.
We're stepping in.
Emily, good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, Gary Lauer's single, right?
Yeah. What do you love about
Gary
this guy?
Lauer
Yeah.
would spend more on you than this half a billionaire.
He's attentive. He does call like 2 and 3 times a day, make sure I'm okay, what's going on. Doesn't matter whether something bad is going on or not. Like my heater broke. He's like, oh, that's a shame. Call your landlord.
No. I don't. I do not approve of this.
I don't get it.
I mean, if listen, if it's enriching your soul and you feel that there's love, perhaps, but I think he's mistreating you. He has all this resource and he's not stepping in and helping you.
No.
Emily, where's his money from?
He originally
He's a social
was
worker.
Here, then he bought property. Then he opened a catering company. He sold it to the guys who owned 7-Eleven for $10 million. Then he married his extremely wealthy wife, and they bought hundreds and hundreds of hotels all over the country.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So he's
Holiday Inns, maybe?
Yes, as a matter of fact, some of them were.
Okay. Wow.
Are you? Here would be my guess that you're not the only person he's dating,
Yeah.
and that's why he's not paying for. It's not like you're his one and only, and he needs to take care of you.
Well, how about his separated wife moved back to the neighborhood, and things have been getting odd since then.
Someone else has been burning his dragon.
Yes, exactly.
There you
So
go.
smoke that dragon.
Dragon. This is the weirdest story I've ever heard, but it's fascinating.
Yeah. Color me intrigued.
All right, Emily.
Yeah. All right.
Good luck, Emily. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
It's
Okay.
weird but it's weird when people have money.
Yeah.
You know, and she didn't sound like she was in it just for the money,
No.
but like things get it gets weird.
She mentioned Howard Hughes. There's a perfect example. Now, Howard Hughes dealt with bipolar issues and so on and so forth. But, you know, I think you can, like, this guy's thinking people are poisoning his food and stuff like that.
Well, I think the term that's used generally is eccentric.
Yeah.
When you have money, otherwise known as little nutty when you don't have money.
Yeah.
Well,
you know?
listen, when you have a lot of money, there's a target on your back, right? I mean, there's a reason why people want to stay
removed. They think you're in it. That you're befriending them for money.
Well, no. Like when let's say you hit the lottery or whatever, and you're like, I don't want to release my name because now, now I'm a target for
people to take advantage of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, or to sponge off of you and so
or
on.
to kidnap somebody and ransom. And,
Look at Getty, the famous J. Paul Getty, the kidnapping.
Yeah.
Wow. Or if people know you're wealthy, they're going to follow you around Walmart and ask you to buy things for them.
Right, exactly. All right, so I just we have to hurry up because we got to come back and we got to do.
Yes.
So real quick, these are some people. These have pointed out that these might be signs, subtle signs that somebody is actually very, very wealthy.
Okay.
They use the phrase "we're comfortable." When they don't want to brag about how much money they have. Some take to driving an average but reliable car. Like she was just saying, he drives like an F-150.
Right, yeah.
Suggestions were a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CRV, stuff
Gremlin?
like that. No gremlins on here. But, I don't know. They keep their friendship circles small. They only select a few that they allow into their friendship circles.
It sort of paints a sad picture of if you get that money, if you have that, if you won in life on that level, and you're living sort of a very, the one thing like years ago when Claire and I were just starting out, we get a pizza and watch a movie on TV and hang out and had a great time. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. But it seems like these people have the wherewithal and are depriving themselves on every level of life. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, how about this? You get to travel without a lot of luggage. That's a good
true.
thing. Yeah, because people have homes all around the world and they have wardrobes that are there and they don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
We should all look into getting homes around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would be the greatest, the most stressful part of travel for me is packing.
Just hop on a plane.
When we were down in Florida and I had to come back for the play, like I got onto the plane because I was just heading back to Florida anyway.
Yeah.
I left all my luggage in Florida. Oh, it was the greatest getting onto a plane with nothing. Oh, it's amazing.
They casually partake in expensive hobbies, which that's pretty obvious. You can do that. That's like sailing, skiing, playing golf, stuff like that. They have a taste for the finer things in food, caviar and escargot and so on.
Never developed that taste.
Good education with bad grades. Like you can get into a great school even though you had lousy grades.
You can be stupid. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So these are little
interesting
subtle signs that scream that someone is very wealthy. So, and we were just talking about Forbes and the list of the billionaires and some that are in our area that are on this list. So
a lot of them have 3 testicles, Preston.
We mentioned I had no idea.
I had 3 testicles.
That's one of our billionaires. Okay.
He's making money right there.
I apologize to those who have been on hold and I did not get a chance to go to your calls, but we have to take a break.
Yes.
We have money to give away. Speaking of all this money, chat, we got $1,000. Ain't $1 billion, but it's some cash that I'm sure you could use and would like.
It's seed money.
Yeah.
It's like $1 billion.
So what we'll do is we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the cash, the concert cash keyword, and we will also reveal the lineup of the Barbecue 2023 for you. Bizarre File 2. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Okay, here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, a car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bums.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things too.
Call the
Yeah.
Warren Rock Line.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yeah.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey. From Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Power Pocket Pen.
Now,
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
It's really, the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Preston, do you know the story? That our one and only male, and we said, the question went out, do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you, do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. We got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
Let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the powerful purple rocket.
Another purple
And
thing. Okay.
just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your
mask.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All
right. Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
Right. It may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana. And purple
seems to be the color of a self-violation.
4 out of the 5.
Yeah. Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the races ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa. In 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spinning out of control, not moving at all.
Michael's is almost
He's
to
almost
the end.
almost to the end, almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh my God.
That was
And let me
great.
tell you something
Okay.
here. They laughed when they said, "Oh, a guy's going to be a part of this."
I know.
They said, "Hey, really?"
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually people would point to us when we walk out in public. You're actually going to let a man in this dominate.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the start-finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2 once again goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started him up again. And ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Brickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Michael's
Once
out in
again.
front again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Brickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smop,
If you're a short smop,
short smopper.
I think any short smop knows of savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, short smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years.
Listen, you don't have to be a Shartsmopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a Shartsmopper.
I am a Shartsmopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing to see that.
Politicians who
even
speak for a living
politicians
have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of, just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to it?
Yes.
Do you really?
Okay, pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to
right,
Kathy's.
I think Michael
microphone.
impresses me as someone with a very competent ability
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go.
picks out.
Yeah, like I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in.
Which to how do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean? Westbound. Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
You know what?
learning?
Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
you're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But still, I was
Well, that's the
mortified.
time to train.
At 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Clearly.
Right.
You know what always amazes me, though, with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no
But there's a logic
ability.
to that there isn't to the track.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. I was going to do Concert Cash first, but Bill Weston wants us to do the MMRBQ lineup ahead of time. So we're going to do that, and so it's going to give you a little less time to get in on Concert Cash, but he's the boss. That's what we're going to do. It's all good. I don't mind at all.
No.
But we are happy to announce MMRBQ, ladies and gentlemen. It will be taking place Saturday, September 16th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. So we're excited to pass that information along to you. What I need is the on-sale date. I'm sorry. I've got to make sure that that information is available, too, because we want you to be able to buy the tickets when they are officially available. Let me see here. You can get complete details, WMMR.com. Here you are. Tickets are on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.com. Tickets start at just $25 for the lawn while the supplies last. VIP and pit tickets also available. Like we said, WMMR.com. And we are happy to announce performing at MMRBQ 2023 will be one of Philadelphia's favorites, Shinedown. Shinedown
Hit Machine
loves Philadelphia, and I believe Philadelphia loves Shinedown as well. They've played here so many times, but each time the
People go nuts.
Excitement always grows.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so we're excited to have Shinedown on the barbecue bill for this year. Saturday, September 16th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Joining Shinedown on stage at barbecue, sharing the stage, or at some point, you never know, we will have Billy Idol.
Billy's on a career resurgence, man.
Yep. Billy Idol will be there, and of course, he's got a huge playlist of awesome songs that we all know and have been singing for a long time.
I just saw footage of him in concert recently, and it's like no time has lapsed from this song till now.
And then surprises us with newer music as well. We're
This is good.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Billy Idol is still kicking some ass. So Shinedown and Billy Idol on the bill. Also joining, and I'm really excited about this group and their opportunity to be here because they showed us a thing or two when they came by the studio. We are excited to have Larkin Poe.
Love them.
On the bill.
You're totally in love with them now.
Man, they were their musicianship just absolutely blew me away when they were here. They're really cool people. They debuted the song Strike Gold. It had never been performed live on the radio before. And we just dug their passion, and they're real solid musicians. And
Absolutely.
It's a bluesy, rockish with a little bit of country flair thrown in there too. So we're excited to have Larkin Poe to be a part of Barbecue. Joining Larkin Poe as well will be Aaron Jones. This song gets me fired up.
How many times do we play anything by him, and you go, this guy, watch this guy.
And I always crank the monitors up here in the studio. But Aaron Jones will be on stage once again at Barbecue. If you're just tuning in, Saturday, September 16th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets go on sale this Friday. And we're not done yet because another favorite will be on the program. We love these guys, Dirty Honey.
So dirty.
Crazy dirty. And you'll be able to see them live as well when you join us at Barbecue.
Do you know something that's really great about this lineups, and we're still moving along, is that all have great relationships with MMR.
Yeah,
all of them.
So we have so far Shinedown, Billy Idol, Larkin Poe, Aaron Jones, Dirty Honey, and on stage as well, the band Finger 11.
For all you fans of fingering, can't do better than this.
Now, Casey, will you dance on stage?
With this one, no, this isn't. You're thinking of Franz Ferdinand.
I'm thinking of Franz Ferdinand. That's the
but
song
I'll
you
dance on
to.
stage for this.
This has a great tempo for the Casey comes busting through the door dance.
You got to be like their Boston's guy, the guy who danced out to the side.
And then a band we're going to learn more about. That will be part of the lineup is Tiger Cub.
Yeah,
Tiger Uppercut. No, but this is music from Tiger Cub, and they will be rounding out, as well as MMR local artist Vixen 77.
Nice.
So this is an all-female band, very punky apparently, and very polished, very cool.
And also, we announced the return of the Preston and Steve side stage.
Yeah!
And we will be featuring live band karaoke. Sidearm, our karaoke band.
Was that not awesome last year?
Yep.
It was so much fun to have that side stage.
When we get closer, we will we'll give you the details on how you could end up on stage at Barbecue on the Preston and Steve side stage. So there it is, friends. Saturday, September 16th. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Shinedown, Billy Idol, Larkin Poe, Aaron Jones, Dirty Honey, Finger 11, Tiger Cub, Vixen 77, and the return of the Preston and Steve side stage live band karaoke.
And Preston Shinedown is apparently doing full pyro, full everything, like full performance.
Nice.
Going to be incredible.
Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.com. Tickets start at just $25 for the lawn while supplies last. There are VIP and pit tickets also available. Complete details, WMMR.com. And you can also text the word FINALLY to 39333.
That's funny.
And we will send link information. Listen, people have been texting us, emailing us, reaching out, asking. for months, when is the MMRBQ? Because normally we have it in May, and this time around we've moved it to September. So we've had to wait for the right lineup.
There was a lot of juggling. Listen, a lot of these artists that are going out on their own tours, they're making up for lost time. They've been sort of inert for a while, and so it was a lot of juggling to get everything together for this bill. And they really worked their asses off to make it happen.
And speaking of MMRBQ,
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
all right, we have your chance to win $1,000 and tickets to the MMRBQ. Here's what we're going to give to you. This hour's keyword is the word lucky. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and you can do it on the contest page, WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or text it the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. And winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. Sponsored by Meineke, by the way. So the word is lucky, L-U-C-K-Y. Good luck to you, and do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. So while we were off, I got sent the most to be added to the Bizarre File, and I will begin with it. A Florida man is facing numerous charges after authorities say he stole a school bus. One moment. He stole a school bus in York County and used it to haul a dead deer home to use as a fertilizer for his garden.
Seems to make sense.
Tony J. Saunders was arrested by police Tuesday, is charged with attempting to elude an officer, receiving stolen property, resisting arrest, and reckless driving after leading police on a chase from Dillsburg to Lower Allen Township.
I need a school bus for this.
Officers were notified Tuesday about a school bus stolen in the Dillsburg area. Officers on patrol later spotted a bus matching the description, turning its lights on and off intermittently in a Giant Foods parking lot before turning onto Route 15. Officers pursued the bus to the Mechanicsburg exit before attempting to pull over the driver. The driver stopped, but immediately pulled away. Authorities continued to follow the bus, which officers said was winding in and out of traffic erratically before heading to a nearby neighborhood. Once there, the driver, later identified as Saunders, stopped and fled on foot through a wooded area. Police pursued him. Authorities said he removed his clothes while leading officers through parking lots and busy traffic areas.
So he had this all planned out.
Police eventually apprehended a naked Saunders who admitted to taking the bus earlier in the day after crashing a BMW.
I needed fertilizer.
When questioned by police, the report said Saunders told police that he took the bus and placed a dead deer in the back. He planned to drive the deer to his residence and use it as fertilizer for his garden.
Can you get just regular fertilizer?
Saunders was taken to York Central Booking to be arraigned on criminal charges.
It seemed like a spontaneous thing.
Here's a story out of Atlantic County, New Jersey. Police say a wandering cane corso, which is a very large black furred dog, appears to have generated sighting reports of a black panther in the Weymouth section of the township. Police on Friday said the dog was picked up by officers overnight and was returned to its owner. A search for a panther is now done. The Atlantic County Lost and Found Pets Facebook page had posted a report about a missing panther, sourcing the information to animal control.
Anyone lose a panther?
The animal was suspected to belong to a resident not identified with a fondness for unusual pets.
I've never seen this breed. I'm not familiar.
Oh, yeah, no, it's an Italian Mastiff. They're beautiful, beautiful dogs.
I love Mastiffs, yeah.
The site administrator, in another post responding to inquiries from residents, stated animal control had reports from residents of sightings in the area. This part of Atlantic County has plenty of woods and open spaces through which even large animals can travel unobtrusively. South
We
Jersey
get a lot of black panthers in this area.
South Jersey also is not unfamiliar with unconfirmed reports of predatory, potentially dangerous animals ranging from coyotes to big cats to bears. Coyotes, at least, are known to be present in numbers in the region. Black panthers, on the other hand, not so much. Well, it's a major inconvenience. when your refrigerator stops working and your food spoils, but that's small potatoes next to what happened to a woman whose fridge exploded. Leonore Saddlewaite said, I was on the computer. I thought it was an earthquake. It was so loud it came in and the doors were on the floor. Video shows the destruction throughout her home, and you can see the outside shell of the appliance still in its place with everything inside of it scattered all over her kitchen.
My yogurt!
The force was so great that it damaged her stove, walls, and furniture.
What caused it?
There was doo-doo feces all over.
Yogurt, Arm & Hammer, my Lactaid.
There was doo-doo feces thrown all over the walls.
Satterthwaite called 911 right away, and firefighters responded. The fire marshal said that there was no evidence of an electrical fire or anything else in the house causing the event, saying whatever happened came from the refrigerator, but the exact cause was not determined.
It's insane because we're looking at it. It blew out the wall behind it.
Yep, she said she bought the Frigidaire refrigerator last fall, just days before it exploded.
This one comes with a special blow-up feature.
Sent a technician to her home after she requested a warranty repair since her refrigerator was making a loud noise. So he said, your problem was, here's your problem. You had a freezer part all apart.
So that's why it blew up.
Okay.
You had a freezer part all apart, and that's why it blew up. Thanks for calling.
He said the fan wasn't working properly to keep the temperature regulated, so he had to order a fan, but just days later...
So it blew up.
Before the repair could happen, her refrigerator exploded. Saddlewaite's homeowner's insurance covered the cost of the damage.
See, the light that turns on and off is attached to the blow-up feature.
So they had no idea how that happened at this point.
You look at the picture of it, this blew the hell up.
Yeah, an explosion.
Yeah.
Is what it seems like, yeah. All right, this is a weird little story. The Dalai Lama has issued a statement of apology after video of the exiled Tibetan spiritual leader purportedly kissing a child on the lips sparked a social media outcry. The clip that went viral on social media shows the spiritual leader kissing a young boy during what appears to be a public interaction. The Dalai Lama is then seen sticking out his tongue and can be heard asking the child to suck it.
You're gonna be my regular
The video
baby. Oh yeah.
was taken in northern India. A statement from the Dalai Lama's office apologized over a recent meeting where the young boy was asked if he could give the spiritual head a hug.
Yeah.
The statement, however, did not refer to the words in the video.
Suck my tongue.
The office said His Holiness wishes to apologize to the boy and his family, as well as many friends across the world for the hurt words he may have caused. They said His Holiness often teases people he meets.
Yes.
In an innocent and playful way, even in public and before cameras. He regrets the incident.
Now twerk.
It's weird hearing the Dalai Lama say, suck it.
Suck it. D's nuts.
D's nuts. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. Let's end with this one. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, kill the chicken to scare the monkey.
Yes, of course.
Roughly translated, it means the best way to intimidate a big rival is to destroy a small one. But what happens after that? One man in China appears to have just found out. In a curious court case being reported in the country's state-owned media, a man identified only by his surname Gu was this week sentenced to prison after
Mr. Gu approached the bench.
A court found him guilty of scaring to death 1,100 chickens that belonged to a neighbor with whom he was feuding.
Thank you.
What's that from?
Billy Madison.
The pair had reportedly been squabbling since the neighbor Zhang cut down Gu's trees without permission. The court heard that Gu had responded to sneaking onto Zhang's chicken farm during the night on more than one occasion. It's unclear what Gu's intentions were, but the flashlight he used caused the flock to panic. And as the birds crowded into a corner in fear, hundreds of them died in the ensuing crush.
So what's the initial saying again? The Chinese saying? Scare a chicken?
Kill the chicken to scare the monkey.
Okay.
All right, so the first time Gu trespassed onto his neighbor's property, he caused a crush in which 500 chickens died. He was apprehended by police and forced to pay Zhang some compensation. But
what happened to the monkeys?
He didn't stop there and returned to Zhang's property a second time, this time killing 640 chickens.
Son of a bitch.
On Tuesday, the court ruled that Gu had intentionally caused property loss, and Chinese authorities said that 1,100 dead chickens were estimated to be worth a total of about $2,000.
I'm coming after you, Gu.
Yeah, so he had to spend 6 months in prison. So There's Goo.
Alphonse.
Yes, Goo and the chickens.
Ramon.
We now have to add 1,100
Goo Jr.
names.
Magoo.
To the list of the dead. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. I would mention the concert keyword, but we're past the time. So hopefully you had a chance to enter. If not, we do it again at 10 o'clock this morning.
We had to do it this way.
It's your chance to win.
Who's upset?
$1,000 and tickets to the MMRBQ. And if you want to get the lineup, you can go to WMMR.com or you can text the word finally to 39333. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. It's a scientific
that certain symbols mean certain things, but if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look, what I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words. What I do is genius on a level that you can only imagine. But what you do is a skill that probably anybody can.
You know what, Michael? You know what? The worst part.
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. And then you space out, and you're like, oh, my God.
You missed it.
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit. And, and so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's right.
It's
all right, Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I live in the Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
A little, so very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then, how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who's growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp, and I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's the joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavalli.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. You have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio. Came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, like my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more,
that makes sense. In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah, it's just.
I mean, I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually two of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on, another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay. Damn
now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy
might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right.
On 3.
Go ahead.
Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's nobody in the bedroom. There's no one in the bedroom. It's an empty bed. Are they in the wrong room?
Where did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh. My.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last night.
I don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was going to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what? I
just
say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know?
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
There's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael. Happy Halloween. I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay. There's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Yeah, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's ass crack.
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're gonna go on 3.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're gonna go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him. She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Is this Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
She can't hear with the chainsaw.
Hey, Curry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
Is
of
that my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
Seriously, like a whole ton of people.
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, not now, dick face.
Our boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm. Here.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes.
That was nice. The room's a mess.
That would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah. So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just
Not
came
half.
downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not half.
Happy
She's fully
Halloween.
naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Are you
Okay. I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now that the shocks worn off, yeah, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we're left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
You have to do estate planning. Right. You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. He had Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. Have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, your neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor, it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did you watch? Did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of the Sky High. They have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Real quick, a rundown of artists at the Barbecue this year. Shinedown, Billy Idol, Larkin Poe, Aaron Jones, Dirty Honey, Finger 11, the band Tiger Cub, and local artist Vixen 77, plus the return of the Preston and Steve side stage with live band karaoke.
It's going to be year 2.
Yep, and we're excited about that, amongst other things. And like I said, the information's available at WMMR.com.
Excellent.
Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. And $25 if you want to stay on the lawn while supplies last to get them. There's also VIP and pit tickets that are available. And we're excited that it's out there. It's finally officially been revealed. And we apologize for the delay, but not a spring/summer show, but more of a early fall show. September is
one fine month.
Wonderful time to be outside.
I think it's the third one in September. I think one year we did two. One in May and one in September. And then I believe, unless I'm mistaken, in 2020 we did one in September.
I think you're right.
And I really like those. Like May is obviously fantastic, but I like the September shows too.
Yep. All right. Hey, I would like to address something real quick. We were off last week. We were supposed to be off just Monday through Friday, but I had to leave early the week before, and so it was off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday because of a family issue that arose, and I just wanted to give kind of a follow-up on that. Because I had to leave abruptly to go to Kentucky, which is where my father and stepmother live. And so we had an issue. And I talked about it on the air that, my dad had to be checked into the hospital because of some erratic behavior and was concerned about what might be taking place. Are we dealing with, some kind of a mental decline, Alzheimer's or dementia or something along those lines. It turns out a little bit different than what we had thought maybe was going on. I'll just give you a quick rundown, and then we'll move on. But it was more like a mismanagement of medication and an infection, and it made for some pretty crazy scenarios.
So more an episode than And you and I had chatted, and I said, in all of this, that is not wonderful to have to deal with. That was a little bit of a bright spot to hear that.
Yeah, so without going into too much detail, you're talking about two people who are, advanced in age, mid-80s or low and mid-80s. And there's some conditions going on where they're not able really to help each other out. And that being able to live a productive life, or not productive, that's the wrong term. It was becoming counterproductive.
Right.
With them trying to take care of each other.
Completely understandable.
So we had to kind of intervene, and so we have now brought my dad back here to live with us. So that is a major change in lifestyle and things that are going on. And so we are adjusting to that within my family and figuring out how things are going. But the good news is it's going much, much better now than when we first got back here, and we weren't sure how things were going to go. And so, but it's this, we're in this weird kind of stasis that we don't know where things are going to go, what the future leads to. So we're just doing it day by day, and we're taking care of things, and we're getting proper medical care. Dr. Mike, you are a god. You are a god among men. Yeah. He's just the greatest person in the world, Dr. Mike Sirigliano. So he's helping us out, obviously.
Yeah.
So
he's the guy. He's the man. Absolutely.
Yep. And
anyways, your dad seems to be doing better now that maybe you have some things in place.
Yeah, that we're getting that we're managing medication.
Good.
Because what can happen to an older person is, listen, like any person who might get older, it's pretty standard to become forgetful and becoming confused very easily. And then you add mismanagement of medication and then an infection, and you can go loopy real quick, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how that happens.
We talked about the UTIs. When I mentioned what you had mentioned to us, and you were very candid, and a lot of people responded well to it because they're dealing with it as well, and we thought it was important that people hear about this. I just started to get the first few words out, and my wife Claire said, "Was it a urinary tract?" Apparently, I'm one of the few people that didn't realize.
Nah, this happened to my mom.
Yeah,
and I didn't know that.
Right.
I mean, this is when my mom was saying crazy things to me,
right?
Like fantasy stuff. Not like sexual fantasy stuff, because that would just be horrific. But anyway, dude. Okay.
Made that clear.
That's your nutsack.
Stop it.
Okay.
So, but immediately, I was told, yes, urinary tract infections and sometimes other infections can cause people to lose their mind essentially for a while. And it's, it's pretty wild that happens. So my dad had pneumonia. And
all of those things are drawing. What is he, 85?
84.
84.
He's going to be 85 soon.
Right.
But,
drawing on an older body like that, it's wreaking havoc with your systems.
He's got heart conditions. He has a pacemaker. He has all these other, physical ailments and things. And you put that into one big package, and it can cause kind of wild things to happen. So we're managing this. This is a new part of our life. It is. It's one that we're gonna figure out. And we're working on it. And like I said, it's open ended for everybody. We don't know where this is going to go, and my dad, most of all, doesn't know where this is going to go, and is very confused by this. But I want to thank. I got so many emails of people reaching out and not just offering their concerns, but offering help, and lots of it. And I got back to a few of them, and then it became overwhelming. There were so many, and I apologize if you reached out to me. I got your message, and thank you, and I appreciate it. There were a couple that I reached back out to and started to head down a pathway of, I might need your help, and then I kind of stopped. So I apologize for that too, because we've had to. There's a lot going on.
I think people understand that it's a maelstrom of things going on, and what we were getting on this side here was just a ton of concern and care, and people legitimately wishing you the best and your family the best.
Yeah, and I want to thank you guys, my family here, because you guys were all checking on me.
Yeah.
Even Kathy.
What the hell does that mean?
It's funny because you want to.
Everybody was checking on me while this was going on, so I appreciate it, and I love you guys.
Yeah, no, we love you too, and we want to, or at least I wanted to give you your space, but at the same time,
Yeah.
That's the last thing you don't want to add to the noise.
You don't want to be taxing.
Yet it becomes unbearable, and you say, okay, F it, I'll risk it because I need. And you just don't want to sound like you're giving a pat response, which is if you need anything, but you legitimately want to convey that, and it's part of the process.
Yeah.
Everyone's been in it, and I would say this is that give people that initial breathing room and then check in seems to be the right way to go.
I usually do the same thing. If somebody has something big has happened in their life and I know they're being overwhelmed by response, I kind of hold off and just let it breathe a bit. But and also the whole, if I can do anything, response, I understand it. I get it. There's nothing. Even my best friend, my absolute best friend, Steve, we were on the phone. He's like, I can't do anything for you. He's like, but I will, of course, offer that up if there's anything you need, obviously. Right. And I'm like, he's like, but there's nothing I can do. I know that. You know that. I'm like, yeah, I know. And that's why I appreciate it. So,
First of all, it wasn't the same here without you. We definitely missed you. We also appreciated your role on the show because we all sort of juggled and did our best. And Casey did a fantastic job, as did Steve, while you were gone. How was the drive home from Kentucky? How was getting back up here?
It was it actually, as far as the drive itself, was easier than I thought it was going to be. It's about a 9.5, 10-hour drive. And it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, you drive through western Pennsylvania and West Virginia and Maryland.
You said you were
Cumberland, Maryland is gorgeous, by the way.
Cumberland, Maryland? It absolutely is.
Isn't it?
It is.
It's the prettiest town. It opens up through the mountains.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my, this is gorgeous.
Cumberland
is here.
That's on that's one of those lists of desirable places to live. It's
Really?
beautiful, yeah. You said you stopped in every state and did some street racing.
Sure,
yes.
right. And drifting and, a little bit of that.
That's perfect.
Past the time.
But it
Because
was
it's about family.
without going into too much detail, but we kind of had to move my dad without his knowledge, without telling him that we were going to do that. And so we packed up everything without him knowing and took him straight from the hospital.
Did you decorate the inside of the vehicle to look like a living room?
We didn't go quite that far.
I think we're having an earthquake.
But it was it's been tense, and then there's been great moments. Thank God the Masters was on this week, because that is my dad's all-time favorite moment of the year. And so we got and like Golf Channel starts like on Monday. Covering the whole thing. So yeah.
It was very funny. You said it earlier. He goes, I finally have someone in the house I can talk about golf with.
Oh my God. Nobody cares. Not one scintilla about the game of golf.
Yeah.
And my dad and I have been talking nonstop about it all week long. It's been fantastic.
That's very funny.
So, but it was it was and is a bit of a I don't know, just a big change in our lives right now. So, but we're doing what we can, and I appreciate your support.
Yeah.
We'll see where it goes.
We're glad to hear that it is. Listen, it's not like, the episode is wrapped up and everything's good and copacetic. You're still involved in it, but it seems to have taken a more manageable turn.
Yeah, definitely more manageable.
Yeah.
We definitely still need to offer our help and are doing that. And so it's wild to see people, people that you love as they age and it's a reality that you have to eventually come to grips with. So
that's why I think people need to entertain the notion of abandoning them on the roadside now and then.
Yeah.
Just leave them.
Yeah.
If
Somebody
they
will
make it
pick up.
back, you know?
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where somebody that you've known forever, that is the person who, well, you said it's the truth. And I've heard the phrase as well. You live, your life twice as a child and once as an adult.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Nick pulled up a list of famous people from Cumberland, Maryland.
Yeah.
And William H. Macy was born.
Wow. That's cool. Who was the other guy? The dude from Greece?
Steve, Eddie Deason.
Eddie Deason. Eddie Deason is the
Eugene from Greece.
Did we
He's
have that
also-
one time?
No, Eddie Deason's been going. You want to talk about a guy who's been going through all sorts of. He's been arrested multiple times
Oh,
recently.
seriously?
He's having a nervous breakdown.
Oh, okay.
I mean, once you play Eugene, where do you go from there?
Yeah.
It's like the way the Orson Welles felt after Citizen Kane. How do I top that?
Was he the annoying kid in the
1941?
Polar Express.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah. He was the voice of
That's
him.
the one thing that I did not like about Polar Express, because I think at some
Him?
point, Tom Hanks would have held his head under the tree and let it get crushed. I mean, I'm sorry, you're ruining it so much for the other kids.
Anyway, Eddie Deason.
Eddie Deason, Cumberland, Maryland.
They have a statue, 900-foot Eddie Deason.
Trying to think if there's anything else I saw along the way on the drive.
The Eddie Deason Museum.
Well, Eddie Deason was in Midnight Madness.
Midnight Madness. He was in 1941, as Steve said.
Grease.
He was in Greece. Yeah, Greece.
Yeah.
No, there's something else I was thinking of that he was in. It wasn't.
Saving Private Ryan.
Was he in Saving
Yeah.
Private? He was Private Ryan.
No, he played Eisenhower.
He was in War Games. Zapped.
War Games.
Yeah.
I remember in the
yes.
beginning, he goes, you go right through Falcon's Maze.
Yeah.
Do you know why he became such a big thing? If we give the history of Eddie Deason.
Oh my God.
Because Steven Spielberg was taught at USC a special class by Jerry Lewis. So Steven Spielberg's always been a massive Jerry Lewis fan. So he wanted to find his own Jerry Lewis.
Okay.
And that's exactly who he is. In the movies, he's playing that kind of guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I did not know that little tidbit about
Yes.
Eddie
Now you
Deason.
know the whole story.
The Eddie
now you
Deason.
know
The rest of the Eddie Deason story.
Paul Harvey's worst show was an hour devoted to Eddie Deason.
Okay.
All right, back to reality.
Back to reality. Time-wise, I'm looking. We have Chris Jericho coming up at 9, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do a couple of shout-outs and butt plugs. Is that
All right.
okay?
Yeah, sure.
Let me do these real quick. It says, Dear Preston and Steve, Nick and Brenna just got married this past weekend, and they both are huge fans of the show. They even had a WMMR wedding table centerpiece decoration made out of CD cases, which I know they plan on sending to the station to you guys to have.
Oh, my God.
Each side is a different picture of WMMR favorites. I attached pictures of it along with the video of my brother getting a moshing dance floor going for Killing in the Name. I called it Wedding in the Name of. I actually didn't see the pictures. I apologize here. He said, we are a diehard MMR family. My dad was the toilet seat for bad Christmas present guy. And our cousin is a former intern who says hello. That's sleep driving intern Britt. Love you guys rock. And I would love a juicy matrimonious shout out to these 2 April Fools. And this is from Chrissy Daisy Cutter. I can't even pronounce the last name here. Lekowitz?
Sure.
Lewyskyj.
Wow, that's hard. Well, what happens is a lot of times these attachments get immediately eliminated by our email system.
Yeah.
It's very protected.
Did any of you guys get April Fooled by any chance?
No.
Okay.
Why did you?
I did. I'm so mad. But my buddy,
You should have seen it coming?
well, yeah. But it seems so legit, man. My buddy sent me a picture of
Eddie Deason.
No. Well, you guys aren't going to care.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
going to care.
Go ahead.
It was a fake Fish announcement that they were going to do this camp out concert in upstate New York, and Goose was going to be playing, and it looked like I liked Goose. Goo. But I thought it was legit, and it wasn't even until the next day that I was like, hang on a second.
That is a well done April Fool because that's tailored to you specifically.
Yeah.
It doesn't impact us the same way, but we're a favorite band. I got it. I think that's kind of cruel, though, knowing how much you love it. Yeah.
Case, I was.
Oh, no. By your son?
No.
okay.
No, it was, so I only read the headline and I was like, oh, okay. And I sent the link to myself and I printed the article out. I stapled it and I put it on Preston's desk so that he could, we could, talk about it. And then I must have, I think I grabbed it before I left off of Preston's desk because I then went back, I think it was a day later and read the full article. It was that, it was on More Than the Curve, which is the Conchi outlet, news outlet, that Conshohocken was now going to be part of the main line.
Oh my God.
But it was so funny the way he wrote it. It was but in, the board of directors have put in place that you can no longer call it Kunchi because that sounds a little trashy and it has to be Conshohocken. And it was really funny. And once I read it, I was like, oh man. Okay.
Well, at least you headed it off at the pass before it made air.
It was one of the first things she asked me about this morning. She's like, "Did you find this news report on your desk?" I was like, "No."
Ignore it.
Okay, I got it. All right, here's a shout out. This is from Lydia, and she says, "A shout out from my dear friend Lisa Soboleski. She started as a coworker and turned into a dear friend. She's about to turn 40. Despite our now advanced ages, she has retained the silliness that I love about her when we worked together. And I still remember one of my favorite belly laughs," she said, "that we shared was when we were listening to the show discussing the disgruntled Jimmy Dean caller who couldn't believe that Jimmy Dean had dared to reduce the size of their breakfast sausage."
Oh, right.
She said we had tears streaming down our faces, and I'm so glad she is my in my life, and I look forward to many more laughs in the future. Her birthday.
God damn it. That's that guy.
That's him.
That's him.
Her birthday is on April 15th, but any day will work. Thank you so much, Lydia. So a shout out for Lydia. All right, and then another one. Says, "Hey, President Steve gang, thank you for being awesome. Speaking of awesome, can I get a shout out to my sister, Gail Marrer? She's been such a wonderful support to our foster boys and me while she cannot get the boys to call her Font Gail, which means favorite aunt. She is truly a wonderful person who deserves a weird soundbite from our beloved morning show. Keep up the great work," Gadzuk says from Bridget Zeno. There's a short for you. And then, can I do a quick butt plug?
Yes.
So a little charity mention real quick. This is from Marlene Ducart, whose husband is in the North Pensman's Barbershop Chorus. They're the ones that sang for my wife's birthday.
Oh, wow. Yeah, those are cool.
She wanted to mention the Relay for Life at the Wissahickon Valleys. It raises money for the American Cancer Society. She said when she first became involved, it was a really big event, 24-hour event. Participants sleep overnight in tents, line the track of either the Upper Dublin or Wissahickon High School, food, raffle baskets, silent auction, bounce houses, bands, DJs, all that stuff, 24 hours. She said, due to many unforeseen circumstances, including COVID, the number of participants has dropped dramatically over the years.
Yeah.
This year, Upper Dublin and Wissahickon have paired up with Springfield, hoping to regain that success that Relay had in the past. And this year, it will be held at Springfield Township High School in Montgomery County on May 20th. 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. So it's not going to be the big overnight thing. They're going to shrink it down.
Right.
And do it a little more concentrated. So I was hoping that you could possibly give us a plug for this. So the website is relayforlife.org/PAWV. So that's going to be on May 20th, 4 to 10 p.m. So I thought I'd mention that real quick.
We have our...
Plug us.
There you go.
All right. And then I'll do another shout out, and then we should take a break so we can come back and get Chris Jericho on. This says, hey, guys, this is from Nicholas Bari. He says, it was about 7 years ago. You shouted out a very good friend of mine, and I think it's time he gets another one. After 3 years that COVID knocked me off my feet, this guy was still there. Your show was one of the first things that we bonded our friendship over. We quoted on the daily. The comedy never grows old, so please help me wish this old crumb bum, Jose Vasquez, a happy birthday. So a shout out, here we go. And he says, P.S., by the way, Jose, it's cold cuts, not lunch meat. So I guess they share that. So, and there you go. We're going to take a break and come back in a second because Chris Jericho will be joining us.
Yes.
Fozzy is coming to town playing the Brooklyn Bowl on the 16th. And I believe I might notice a thing or two when we come back as well. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a second.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everyone.
I need to go back there because
when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get high.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight.
Get high.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit, just because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on, so I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
we can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
And another potential to hurt ourselves. I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That's been that has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not gonna make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
I want a roller skate.
An inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no,
He wasn't like the other children.
oh dude.
He was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
With his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just, you
feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike, or I wear a helmet.
I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast, but it's totally safe.
Look at this idiot. The other way around. Put the helmet on and ride the bike.
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
Inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm gonna ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're gonna look like a jerk. Yeah, you're gonna look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? Hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny, or they don't realize, or you know what I mean?
I want to find out the reasons because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with, we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes, now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend, he goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing, and I said, "Yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody."
That's good.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet?
We are.
All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super Dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, Super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick,
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking Dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good-looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not going to reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the couple first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep.
Wow.
That was Uncle
Uncle
Bitch.
Bitch. All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick, Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. Kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
It's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a medical man. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right. So, please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick Barrett.
Get over there. Come on.
6'10.5".
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10.5"?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man. Hey,
almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick. And, but I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up
like Rick the Dick, and so
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being
Big
here
guy.
this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest. Yeah. But we had enough dicks, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
Dicks on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick maybe Harry. I had.
Dick maybe Harry. I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other Dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big Dick.
Another big Dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Micah's going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right. So how we doing,
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner, Nick. Give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our Dicks.
Biggest Dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me!
The biggest Dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a Dick.
So, actually, he was Dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first Dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts,
Absolutely.
ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski!
Yeah!
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get him. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So
seat.
it wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
You young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
Right, it's so funny.
Does that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her, like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest, we should only be so lucky. Most people are lucky that if they get to do the one thing that they love to do for a living. This guy gets to do the 2 things that he does for a living.
Lucky man.
And be successful at both of them.
Yeah.
And we've had the pleasure of having him on many times throughout the years. And has got a gig with his band coming up. Fozzy is going to be playing at the Brooklyn Bowl this Sunday. The 6 p.m. doors and 7 p.m. show. Tickets available at brooklynbowl.com. Please welcome from Fozzy, our good friend, Mr. Chris Jericho. Hey. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, guys. Always a pleasure to hang with you
It's not in person, but virtually this time.
Yes, we'll make it work. Hey, I mentioned in the intro there, Chris, you get to do the two things that you love as a living. If there was a third thing that you could do to throw in there as a living, what else would that be? What do you think?
Always really wanted to open my own bake store.
Your own bake store?
Yeah, like fresh pies, fresh.
Really? Shut up! Really?
Cookies.
Wow.
No.
I bought it. I bought it hook, line, and sinker.
You remember that footage of Ringo saying he wanted to be a hairdresser? I thought, why not? Yeah, why?
I would buy one of your pies, Chris.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, at this point in time, if I wanted to open my own bakery, I would do it. Nothing could stop me, man.
Nothing's going to stop me.
Don't stop me now.
Once you catch the baking bug, nothing can stop it.
Oh, my God.
Especially you can be like the Jericho coconut cream.
There you go. You already have a signature pie.
Hear that?
Jericho coconut cream.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, so you guys I believe you teased some new music coming out in the near future, right?
Well, we're working on some stuff right now, and I think one of the things that I've been saying lately is we put out our new record, Boombox, in May. It was a big success. We had 3 top 10 singles. We played 3 more of the songs live, and then the other 6 songs just kind of disappear forever into the Fozzy dead song graveyard. Maybe we'll play 1 or 2 of them more live in the future, but I think what we want to start concentrating more on now is just releasing singles. That way, every song that you record gets a shot. You can play it live. You can play it on the radio. It keeps you kind of current when you always have new material coming out. So, yes, we are working on some new stuff, but I think the new business model for the future, at least for the immediate future, is just releasing 1 song at a time rather than waiting 2 or 3 years to put together a whole record and have it come and go so quickly.
Yeah, Chris, it's interesting that you're bringing this up because we were starting to see artists mention this modus operandi over the past couple of years. And so the notion of, we all remember when we would get an album as a kid or whatever, and it'd be like the 2 songs we like, and then they would call it filler. And some artists, would deliver maybe 5 or 6. Like you said, you had 3 hits pop off the last album. And I always thought, man, that had to be, as an artist, you need to be motivated to create the music, and to ever have to do something that's going to be kind of filler seems antithetical to what you as an artist want to do. So this method seems to make more sense to me as well. I mean, do you see this being it from here on in for a lot of bands?
Well, the thing is, yeah, you're right, but even worse, what if you have no filler? Like, what if you really believe, like, for example, our last record, I really believe that all 12 songs could have been singles.
Sure.
It just doesn't work that way, right? So I think, listen, I am one of the biggest fans of the album as a musical model as anybody. I mean, I remember being a kid and, taking the bus downtown to the record store, hoping that the new Iron Maiden was out. I say, no, not this week. And you come back next week, not this week. Then you come back the third week and you heard the new song and you came in, you saw the wall of LPs, somewhere in time, there'd be like 50 of them. They're just like, this is amazing. Those days are gone. There really isn't even such thing as a record store. I mean, with possible a few exceptions, now people listen to music mostly on their phones or what's going on with streaming, and that's song by song. So I think you have to stay ahead of the curve in that, yes, I love the concept of a record. I don't think people have an attention span in the majority to listen to an album from start to finish and listen to the ebbs and flows of, okay, it starts with Battery and it ends with Damage Incorporated. It takes you on a musical ride. I think there will be more bands doing things this way, not just from a consumption reason, but also from a financial reason, to buy the song,
yeah,
to listen to the song, to get into it more. So I think it's something that more bands will continue to explore. I know we definitely want to try it this way for a while, for sure.
Yeah, you never want to sound like the my day, I clearly remember, as I'm sure you do. Obviously you do, and Preston and I will discuss this. You get that concept album, that theme album, that, from beginning to end of Pink Floyd, the, Dark Side of the Moon just had an anniversary, and that thing was, it was like an audio movie, and it was an experience unlike other. But I think you're right. I don't see where you could get traction with something like that these days.
Well, I mean, like we said, people listen on their phones. Kids listen to one song at a time, and that's okay. It's one of those things where you have to adapt with the times. We could still be putting out 8 tracks if that wasn't the case.
Right.
So I think it is a smart way of doing things, and also too, just from a presence, a radio presence, or just a social media presence. If you're constantly putting out new material, one song every 3 months, for example, or every 4 months, rather than doing one album every 2 years, I think it keeps you in the public eye more.
Yeah.
And there's so much content available. It really is what David Lee Roth used to say, here today, gone later today. So you have to stay in people's minds. And so I think it's something interesting to explore.
Does that mean if you release things that way, does that call for a never-ending tour? Like you just are constantly going about because you have new stuff?
I think even that's changed too. It's like nowadays, before you would release a record and then you'd have your 6-month tour and then you'd go away for. I think at this point we are all constantly touring, just depending on what opportunities you have. I mean, we've gone out every year in the States, probably for the last, not including the pandemic, probably the last 5 years. We've gone to England every year, Australia's every couple of years. So you're basically just going on tour with the opportunities that you have, and you don't necessarily even need new material. They look at AC/DC, they put out Power Up, and obviously AC/DC is an anomaly, but that was 2 years ago. They haven't played one show for it now. They could do a whole Power Up world tour in a year, and no one would even bat an eye. It's just kind of the way that things are in this day and age.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, who else in the wrestling industry is musically inclined that we may not be aware of?
It makes me laugh when people ask that because, I'm sure there's a couple guys here and there that play. I know that Frankie Kazarian has his own band called Gutter Candy. But most of the time, it's hard to do both, and you have to really commit. I mean, Billy Corgan runs his own wrestling company to the point where I think they're going to be opening Smashing Pumpkin shows with wrestling matches, which is very interesting. So, to me, there's a lot of guys that play for fun. There are some guys that are making a foray into doing it more seriously. But there is a lot of dichotomy between wrestling and music because they're both high energy forms of entertainment with very much contingent on what the crowd is doing and how the crowd is reacting. So there's a few here and there, but not a lot.
So we had the Danny Cage, the Monster Factory here in Jersey. There's a show that that's a reality show, a really charismatic guy, and talking about how a lot of wrestlers get their start. Where was the first step off point where you said, "Okay, I'm going to commit to this"? Where did you really get the bug and really pursue it?
Oh, for me, it was way early on. So when I was a kid, I always wanted to be in a rock and roll band, and I wanted to be a wrestler. I'm talking about like 12, 13 years old. And so I started playing in bands in high school. And then when I was 19, I went to wrestling school, and that was it. I never went back. I moved from Winnipeg to Calgary, which is about a 12-hour drive. And there was no other option of not doing this. So right out of the gate, I used to watch wrestling with my grandmother when I was a kid.
That's wild.
I just thought, man, that'd be really cool to get into this business. When I started in 1990, there was no internet to really find out how to get to do this. So you just had to if you watched wrestling, maybe a local wrestling show would have an address where you could write a letter to try and get into their school, or maybe you read the back of a wrestling magazine and kind of see apartment wrestling and pro wrestling training, like which one you want to do. So it was a little bit harder to get in back in those days. You really had to really look for it and really want to do it. And from day one, since I was 19 years old till to this day, like I said, I wanted to be in a band and I wanted to be a wrestler. Those are the two things that I kind of focused my career on.
Chris, did you look to did Kiss spark anything in you? Because they seem like the perfect. They're like the professional wrestling of rock, music.
Well, yeah, and the funny thing for me is, and that's why I have our non-makeup '80s Kiss tribute band Quarantine. Like I got into Kiss in the '80s. When there was no makeup. Heavens on Fire was the first Kiss song that I ever heard. So I was hugely into Kiss and Paul Stanley. and then worked my way back into the makeup years. But that's why non-makeup Kiss is always my favorite. And when I first started wrestling, I wanted to be, a rock and roll frontman. I wasn't the biggest guy back then. Most famous wrestlers were 6'8" and 300 pounds. I wasn't that, but I knew I could have the biggest charisma and the biggest personality, and I would take, tips from Paul Stanley and Bruce Dickinson and Mick Jagger and, just the great frontman of our time, David Lee Roth, and bring that frontman lead singer mentality into the wrestling ring to be the party host. And I had the same mindset ever since to this day.
They both feed into each other so well. The fact that you knew exactly that you wanted to do both these things from an early age on speaks to how they synergize. What's the one thing you think is an attribute that, say, a wrestler has that won't serve them well in the world of rock, or vice versa?
Oh, man. In the world of rock?
Yeah.
Maybe wrestling, is a very individual sport. You know what I mean? It's very much you are on your own. You are the star of the show. You are on the spotlight. In a band, you have to give and take. I mean, anybody that's in a band that's on your show will tell you. I mean, the five-way marriage isn't really the case, but there will be one or two partners that you have in the band. The leaders of the band, the Mick and Keith, the Steve and Joe Perry, the Steve Harris and Bruce Dickinson. Like, there's always kind of two guys in the band that are the visionaries. And that's fine, but you still have to treat the other guys in your band with respect. So I think you have to have much more of a group mentality when you're in a rock and roll band if you want to make it work and if you want to keep your band fairly solid. So nothing worse than when you have a revolving door of band members. Some guys don't care, but that does affect the chemistry on stage, the chemistry on the road, and the chemistry of the music you're playing. So when you find a good lineup, you want to kind of really go the extra mile to make sure that everybody is cool, that everybody is happy, and that everybody stays where they need to be to keep the band rolling.
You think there's a similar dynamic in the baking industry?
It really is. I mean, some of those chefs are just real sons of bitches when it comes to ego.
Right. Those baking pricks. Yeah.
The cinnamon shaker is just as important as the guy who puts the pie in the oven.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
You can see that. You've been to the ringer.
You guys are playing Brooklyn Bowl. It's a cool venue. I've only seen videos, pictures. I haven't been there yet. I'm dying to go at some point. Is bowling in your repertoire at all, Chris?
I used to be a really good bowler when I was a kid in Canada. We used to have bowling as like a lunchroom activity. Other than that, I haven't played in a while.
Wait a second. Are you saying the Canadian schools have bowling alleys in their lunchrooms?
No, you went to the bowling alley.
Oh. I'm like, for Christ's sake, what are we doing wrong in this country?
I went to Hollywood High. We had bowling alleys in every one of our classes, didn't you guys?
Son of a bitch. Between the baking, we're learning so much.
Oh, my God.
Actually, what we're going to do on Sunday is actually the first annual Fozzie Bake and Bowl.
Bacon Bowl.
Oh, my
There we
God.
go.
We're writing so much good stuff here.
We got to, this is too good.
God.
Yeah, make sure you own this.
Well, yeah, Fozzie's going to be at Brooklyn Bowl. It's on Sunday, and tickets are on sale. You can get general admission through brooklynbowl.com. There's also VIP stuff. Like you can get like a lane for 8 people, and you can do 2 hours starting at 6 o'clock, couch, table, all this stuff. Seriously, you can bowl. And
baking classes?
Baking. I don't know about the baking.
There actually is a bowling alley in the place.
Yeah. It's legit.
Well, there you go. Too legit to quit, man. Well, we're excited. This has been a great tour for us. This actually has been our biggest U.S. tour we've ever had on this current run. So it's been a lot of fun. I mean, ever since Judas went gold last year, things have kind of really opened up and gotten even bigger for us. So we're super stoked. Philly's always been a great town for us. You guys have always been very supportive of us. So we're really excited to come in and rock with you again.
Excellent. Chris, it's great to talk to you. We'll send people in the direction of Brooklyn Bowl on Sunday. That's when the show is taking place with Fozzie. Thanks for being here, man.
And what else are you going to do on a Sunday, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Yeah, come on. Exactly. All right, Chris Jericho.
Throw a few lanes. Come watch some great rock and roll.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bacon Bowl. I love it. All right, thanks, Chris. We'll see you, man. Take care, bud. By the way.
Bacon Bowls.
Yeah, Bacon Bowls.
Introducing Bacon Bowl.
Oh my God, I love it. He's hilarious, dude.
He's great.
I love Chris. And the band they played the MM before.
It was a lot of fun, man.
Badass.
Yeah.
So thank you to those guys.
Remember, who did he introduce you to backstage? Was it Tom Morello?
Or
somebody.
I introduced him to JWoww.
That's it.
That's right.
I did.
That's right.
Jenny Farley, right? Is that her name?
Yeah. I've forgotten her last name.
She was a huge fan.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
And she was in the catering era, and she had mentioned Fozzie, and I had met her. I'm like, oh, Chris is right down the hall. You want to go meet him? So I introduced JWoww.
Look at you brokering star power
to Chris Jericho, which was pretty cool. And he may have introduced me to somebody too, and I don't remember. There's so many MM barbecues.
Yeah,
it's just hard to.
So many memories.
Yeah. All right. I noticed a couple.
Is it Noticer Junior?
It's going to be a quicker noticer.
It's time for the Noticer. Noticer Junior.
There's a couple things I wanted to run
Across
by
the
you.
school cafeteria. Back of the bus.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to today get away from us without mentioning this. So there was a study that was done. This is courtesy of the Census Bureau and AmeriCorps. And they have determined that Miami ranked dead last for neighborliness.
Miami?
In the survey, yes.
I was in Miami last night.
Well, what's better than all that, you know who ranked in the top 2?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Really?
Boston, Philadelphia, and Chicago.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Listen, Philadelphia is called City of Neighborhoods, and I have noticed. We have a lot
City
of
of Brotherly Love.
City of Brotherly Love, but City of Neighborhoods is one of the titles that we have. But I've experienced
A town of cities.
Yeah, no, but I've experienced really kind neighborly people and gestures when I least expected it. When I remember going into this South Philly bar years ago, and I felt super out of place. And these guys came out to me, and I thought they were going to tell me to leave. And they said, "Hey, man, there's pizza over there. If you want a slice, go and grab one." I was like,
the phrase I've heard a few times, Casey, is the biggest small town in the world about Philadelphia. And I feel that way a lot, too. There are so many neighborhoods, and sometimes it gets a little angry and contentious around here. But I think most people are pretty neighborly.
Well, I think this mainly
What'd you
speaks
do?
of, I broke my chair.
What happened?
Of lending a hand
sure.
to someone when they need it. And so the information was gathered from September 20 in the year September 2020 for a year.
Oh, we were at our friendliest then.
It was while the country was still in various stages of lockdown amid COVID.
Yeah.
But Miami came in last in the informal helping category. With only 35% of residents lending a hand to those nearby. Informal helping is defined by AmeriCorps as assisting others outside of an organized context, including doing favors for neighbors.
Do you know where Miami lost points for that carving up people in the showers with chainsaws?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's bad.
I feel, and Miami was, when I was there, I feel like it was very intimidating for me. Like, everyone's always up each other's ass there. And like,
really?
Yeah, I mean, at least the part I was in. And I guess it was
the anal part.
the touristy part. But, like, I was kind of like, I don't think that I need to come back
I don't
here
think
again.
Miami used to be considered that's Florida's Miami. I don't think Miami has, Clearwater was a blast. Other towns outside of Miami, I think, is what makes, I used to despise Florida, and now I've turned around a lot on it. So, and Miami has nothing to do with it.
I haven't spent time in Miami, so I can't speak to that. But what do you mean by up each other's ass?
I don't know. Like, they're just like, all, like, I'm trying to think of another city that maybe would.
Aggressively touristy?
No, not aggressively touristy, like almost like all about themselves. Like the people, I felt like the people walking around, which would make sense in this article.
Right.
Like, they cared, so much about themselves. They didn't know what was going on around them. And it may have been the area I was in, but
I think
you're right.
Like they want to be seen when you're there. Like
Totally.
a lot of it is about show and
Correct.
making sure that you're putting on a good show and that your fashion is loud and that you're noticed.
Nick, there are a lot of buildings there that have elevators for your car.
Yeah.
And there's a well-moneyed area of Miami. And that, I know exactly what you're talking about, that area. But just in general, there's no draw. We used to vacation and go down to Miami, and there was what was the Fontainebleau Hotel that had the ice rink inside, and and it was crazy. But I don't ever hear anybody going, I'm going to Miami, and when they're going to Florida.
yeah, I feel like in Florida there are like much more beautiful places to visit, or just as beautiful. For me, I went once and I don't need to go back. Same thing with Vegas.
But it's like it's a place to be seen type of thing.
Well,
see and be seen.
When you and I were
South Beach,
working Vice down there, it was a whole other thing. in our pastel-colored leisure suits.
As far as the most neighborly, Chicago landed third with 54.6% of inhabitants showing generosity during the pandemic. Philadelphia finished second, despite our reputation, it says in this article.
Suck it.
But we've had people come in here, and specifically comedians that have said, "I don't know, you guys are very nice and helpful, and this whole reputation that you have for being, so rude, it didn't fly with them, or at least they didn't experience it."
Got to keep your mind open.
And then number one was Boston. Had the most altruistic residents with 57.9% of them assisting others.
I think we're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
In many ways.
I think so.
No, I like Boston. I don't like the Bruins or the Red Sox or the Patriots.
But their actual city.
I
went last year. I loved it. I thought it was so nice.
We went to a Red Sox game, and there was a guy who hugged my dad as we were going in. There was a bachelor party in front of us that I was like, "Oh, great! These guys they're going to try and fight us." They were the nicest
Let my mom
people.
give you a handy.
Yeah, but my wife and daughter were just there last couple of days ago.
Did they enjoy it?
Yeah, they loved it. But they were looking at colleges up there, and
it all depends on your experience too. Because I was talking to one night, I was at a party with a guy. I was talking to a gentleman who's African American, and I was telling him how much I like Boston. He's like, "Dude, I had the most racist experience of my life."
Oh, bummer.
Took place in Boston.
Got the reputation.
So I don't know. It depends. But apparently, according to this, neighborly wise, helping someone out when they need assistance is supposedly we and Boston and Chicago rank way up there. That's nice to hear.
And Miami stinks.
Yeah. They stink on ice.
That's right. Stink on ice.
That's right. All right, I noticed this other thing.
He's with the Census Bureau, Rambo.
This is a great email. This is from John from Newcastle, Delaware. He says, and he says, "Love you guys like Dr. Mike," by the way, as he signed it, which I thought was wonderful. But his name is John Shore. And he said, "Greetings, guys. My wife is Polish-Ukrainian." You guys got this email, too.
Yeah.
And he said, yesterday we were talking about Easter, and she casually mentioned something to me with a straight face called Dingus Day.
Dingus Day, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you heard of this?
I have, yeah. I don't know the specifics, but I know I've heard the name.
She read the description to me. So Dingus Day, actually it's called Smigus Dingus.
Okay.
Is a formerly pagan and now Roman Catholic celebration held on Easter Monday across Central Europe and in small parts. Of Eastern and Southern Europe. The tradition is widely associated with Poland and is observed by Polish communities, particularly among Polish Americans who call it Dingus Day. Which, by the way, dingus means it's a euphemism for penis.
Oh, okay. So it's also like a dummy, a dingus,
Yeah,
an
you're
idiot.
dingus, but you can also call that your dingus.
Right, yeah.
So traditionally, here's what happens on Dingus Day. Boys will throw water over girls and spank them with pussy willow branches.
Okay.
Yeah. I got my pussy willow branch in the car.
On Easter Monday.
Oh, that's today, Kathy.
Yeah. This is accompanied by a number of other rituals, such as making verse declarations and holding door-to-door processions in some regions involving boys dressed as bears or other creatures.
All right, so we have a bear head, a pink one. We can go get some pussy willows. Kathy, if you don't mind, we're going to douse you with water and spank you.
I don't know. Are the pussy willows in bloom right now?
They are. Did you know that pussy willow is a really good native plant to plant in your garden?
No.
Yeah, they're
Why?
Why is this the first time I'm hearing of this?
I read a really fascinating article about plants that you should not plant, and because they are invasive.
But pussy willow will.
Pussy willow is great for your garden here in the Northeast.
All right, what is invasive? What is not good?
Like any Japanese plant, like a Japanese azalea, for example.
A crawling vagina.
Those are terrible.
Don't want those.
The Bradford pears, which we talk about every year.
Yes.
Those are weak. They fall over in rainstorms and windstorms.
My dad was telling me that. He said that in the wind, Bradford pears are bad.
Yeah, I read this article.
And they're all over the place.
They are.
They're the semen trees.
They are, and they were very popular when new developments and stuff.
Should we hook up some semen trees and pussy willows?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can make
We'll call it
babies.
jizz pines.
I hate the azalea bush. It looks pretty for a little bit.
What did it do to you?
But
You get 2 weeks of gorgeous.
yeah, but it is. I can see. You said it's invasive. Is that what
It depends on the azalea that you plant. There are Japanese imports that are invasive, but there are also native azaleas to the Northeast. Also rhododendrons.
Yeah,
Those
we
are
had
good ones.
2 azalea bushes, and Kath, they were
And
great.
one Iggy azalea.
No, but they were great, Kath, for Easter pictures because they bloom, they bloom right around Easter. It's
They
like,
do.
okay, hang out in front of the bush that has
Yeah.
all the flowers and everything. Yeah.
Right,
My
right.
neighbor across the street had a giant pussy willow tree in their front yard. Yeah.
Really?
Too much for a pause.
I didn't even know they got that big.
My neighbor has a huge pussy willow tree.
Mm-hmm. The origins of the celebration are uncertain. This is Dingus Day, by the way, for just tuning
Oh,
in.
that's right.
But it may date to pagan times before 1000 A.D.
Interesting.
It is described in writing as early as the 15th century, and it continues to be observed throughout Central Europe and also in the United States, where certain patriotic American elements have been added to the traditional Polish ones.
Was this as it was done throughout throughout time a fun interaction, or was it meant to be more
like a Krampus
punitive?
type thing?
Yeah,
I don't know.
This illustration here, this guy's got the bucket of water. This woman appears to be being held against her will as they're moving towards him about to throw the water on her.
Yeah. She's an unwilling participant in a wet T-shirt contest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. It just says boys throw water over girls and spank them with pussy willow branches. Anything with it's probably not a good thing.
You'll probably get an HR call on that one.
Yeah. Listen, it's Dingus Day.
It's Dingus Day.
It's my religious observation.
I'm Polish.
Wow. All right. Anyhow, I was not familiar with Dingus Day. I thought that was kind of fun.
Dingus Day.
All right. Let me see what else I noticed here. All right. I noticed this story this morning. This was in England. A theater performance of the musical The Bodyguard.
Yes.
Was halted when audience members were singing loudly over the show's star and had to be thrown out. So the musical was, The Bodyguard is, Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
And so it's in the scene where she's singing, and I Will Always Love You.
That's at the end of the movie.
The real quiet part in the beginning.
Yeah.
You can hear these drunk women singing at the top of their lungs, way off key.
Yeah.
Because I checked the audio. It's not really, I don't know if you'd be able to hear it very well because there's like a phone filming it. But 2 women were removed from the Palace Theater. One of them
all the way through to the end. They only had a couple minutes left.
Yeah, and they ended up not continuing.
Right. And what about the show always goes on?
Well, probably, yeah. But the artist probably said, I can't work like this, or, something along those lines.
Like those dinguses ruined everything.
And the incident has sparked debates about the conduct of audiences at musicals, with a number of people flooding the social media to say that singing over professional performers is disrespectful. Has this type of thing been happening lately?
I've been to my share of musicals, and I've never had someone from the audience singing. Concerts, it happens obviously all the time.
Yeah,
but at a Broadway show or Broadway musical, I've never had it happen.
Yeah, me either. Which would be just annoying as hell if that were the case. So it said here, by the way, last week, a survey by the UK's Broadcasting, Entertainment, Communications and Theatre Union revealed that 90% of its members had experienced antisocial behavior, often from drunken theatergoers, mass brawls, violent assaults, and people urinating in fire exits were some examples of unacceptable behavior that front-of-house theater staff said that they had experienced.
It's like an Anthrax concert.
Yeah. So
that's going on at a musical.
Yeah.
Like Pippin.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting into brawls.
I have some calls about Dingus Day.
We need to explore this.
If you would like to.
Yes.
All right. So let me go to David. Hi, David. Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Hey, bud.
My grandmother came from Poland, and we grew up enjoying Dingus Day every year on Easter Monday.
And was it a fun event?
Absolutely. So it was not. We never threw buckets of water on one another, but you would stick your hand in a cup of water, say, and then just flick water at someone else and say, dingus, dingus, and then run away. My grandmother would do it to us.
My
All right.
God.
Let's do it with Bill today.
Dingus, dingus.
Dingus, dingus, and then you would just run around and splash water on someone else.
So you're saying like a basic water flick would get it done?
Exactly.
All
Just
right.
flicking water, a couple splashes in someone's face, especially if they were doing something like reading or eating
Or just like
sitting
not
on the
bothering
toilet.
anybody.
Exactly. Just minding their own business.
Yeah.
And you dingus them, and then you take off. But we never whipped anybody with pussy.
Willows.
Oh my God.
All right, so it was mainly the water and just flicking it and saying dingus dingus. And then at what age did you stop participating in Dingus Day?
I think, well, I was like 19 when my grandmother died, so that was probably when that stopped. But over the past couple of years, I might have flicked a little water here and there.
All right.
I was texting with my 6 siblings as you started talking about this, and my younger sister said, "Oh my God, it's a real thing." Well, yeah, it was real because we grew up that way.
David, would you only do it to other people who knew what Dingus Day was, or would some of these oblivious bystanders end up getting your wrath?
There might have been an oblivious bystander here and there, but it was mostly practiced within our family and our friends. Our extended family had a large Polish, Italian, Catholic family,
All right.
and it was just a fun thing that we
So
would
it's
do on
family, but
Dingus Day.
so the idea is to do it with family. You wouldn't do it necessarily with coworkers.
Well, I was a child.
Yeah.
So
All right.
no, none of my coworkers would have enjoyed it as a child.
Okay.
All right. That's interesting.
I'm sure I did it to people at school. Well, there was other, Polish kids that were in my school. So yeah, we did it to kids at school and stuff, but not as
Dingus.
I'm sure we did it to plenty of people that didn't know what it was.
All right.
Unsuspecting victims.
All right. Appreciate it, David. Thank you, man.
Have a great day.
You too.
Dingus,
See you later,
Maybe-
Dingus. Dingus, dingus.
Maybe we need to reinstitute Dingus Day.
Let me go to Charlie next.
Who is Charlie?
Oh,
Where is he? Is this Charlie?
Hey, Charlie.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, bud. How you doing?
All right. I worked in a warehouse in Delray, New Jersey years ago. A friend of mine named Billy that worked in the warehouse department. He would do the Dingus Day every year. He was from Philly. He was Polish. He was one of the funniest guys you'd ever want to meet. And the first time he did it, he ran into the office because that's where I worked at, and he threw water on me like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
He was just rolling, but he would get everybody in the warehouse. All this didn't matter.
All right,
And
like the last caller, would he say dingus dingus when he did it, or would he?
Yeah, exactly. And then as soon as the water hit you, he'd yell the dingus dingus and run away.
Would it be Bingus Dingus or just Dingus Dingus?
Dingus dingus. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And
Wow.
It's like he would. You look around like, what's just happened? And but once I got the thing, and it's like it was hilarious.
Did you ever
look forward to it every year?
Did you ever do it yourself? Did you ever give someone the Dingus treat?
No. I never did. I just watching Billy do it. It was just such a blast.
Okay, you enjoyed it.
Sounds crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very cool, man. It was very, very cool.
Thanks, man.
All right, appreciate it, Charlie.
We've gotten a few texts from people. There's a place called Dagwood's Pub. It's on Linden Avenue in Philadelphia, and they have a Dingus Day celebration. And so a lot of people go to Dagwood's Pub in order to celebrate Dingus Day, and they're doing so today.
Okay.
I wish we had known about this.
I wonder if they're going to do the dingus dingus.
They got to do the Dingus
Yeah, what was
Dingus.
the point?
And the pussy willow thing. So far, no one has called in with that side of it.
Maybe that one just got filtered out after the Me Too stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Casey was saying that
I got pussy willow.
If you have the water and the pussy willow, then you're going to have wet ass pussy willow.
Yeah.
Which can happen, and that could get dangerous, I guess. I don't know.
It's a whole other thing.
Wow. Okay, interesting. Happy Dingus Day, everybody.
Yeah.
Dingus,
everyone.
Dingus Dingus.
Yeah.
Dingus.
We have to wrap up the noticer.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to stay on time.
It's a short one.
Last time we did the concert cash keyword, it was a little bit late, and I want to make sure that we are on time for this, so we have the opportunity to win $1,000 and tickets to the MMRBQ. By the way, we have revealed the lineup of that, and you can go to WMMR.com and get all that information there. You can even text the word finally to 39333, and we'll send the link to you. We're going to take a break. Be back in a moment, so we'll have the concert cash keyword when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. 93.3
I'm sorry.
that?
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Preston. Roll down your window.
Oh,
Turn around and show
You'd
you.
have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window.
You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll down the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get him.
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of smiled and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, all right, moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain a little bit of the laws here.
It's like it's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe. Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary.
It sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
We're done singing?
If you want to sing. I can't get that eye.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had, it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction. And the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman's stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian, the connoissorian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
My gosh.
Oh, wow.
You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather.
Wow.
That they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
Too late.
The flavor lasts like
The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it
That's
sort of
what I always
tasted like
liked.
a Twizzler a little bit.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
You
the
don't like mommy's
traditional.
kale roll-ups?
It was. It was like a little
They're
more.
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joray is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joray is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El. But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and a rock nerd. A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know. And then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because
yeah.
they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room. for
Right.
sure, yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they actually
the cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show?
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that-
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, "Do you like this stuff?" They're like, "No, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it." I'm like, "Oh my God!"
They pull it off though. Who's ever writing the, again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference. But on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, "Oh my God, shut up, nerd."
It's really bad. Yes,
There's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I
or?
cannot help you.
But
you
I've
can't
heard
even
that.
figure it out.
I've heard that
I've
before.
never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow
figure it
will
out.
take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many
They're
did you
pretty
write?
decent. 45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do,
Who would you want them to use?
Well, the woman we had in Mary Shiklo, which was, I would think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
No,
she's the queen of the vampires. And, I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. this is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This
for
is
sure.
it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
Right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too. But these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, like, for me, as I was watching Thor and they got it so right, part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys.
Feige?
Yeah, Feige. Yeah.
So to deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull off. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around. And
It's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So,
Yeah.
So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D
Well, we
fan?
had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
That guy's wild.
my wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sofia Vergara,
Come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood. Yeah.
He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. and then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God.
But Manganiello has like this whole, and they're alphabetized and it's super like OCD.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room.
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it. And I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline.
short.
I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, he enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and incrementally.
Right.
And that's
his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet. You know what I mean?
But
his memory.
He's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and would probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she's She pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy. This leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn
Wow.
funny. So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh, God.
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21, and now I'm
A little bit of it close up, man.
I got pretty close.
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. We got less than a minute or so here before we go to the concert cash. So I have this quick follow up on Dingus Day.
Yeah.
There's a text somebody sent in, and they sent a link. Now, I haven't gone to the link yet, but it says, this article says that the ladies get their revenge on Tuesday, the day after Dingus Day, by throwing dishes or crockery at boys.
Wow. That seems a little that scales it up a little bit. It does. And then on Wednesday, the boys can return the attack by throwing bricks.
So Dingus Day starts with pouring water on women and whipping them with pussy willows, and then the next day, the girls get to throw dishes or crockery at boys.
And then by Friday, it's a battle axe.
Yeah, right.
That's a little too much.
That's a bit much.
Water to dishes. That's a big leap, I think.
Okay. All right. Not sure if it's legit or not, but that was the text I got. All right. It is now officially 10 a.m.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right. The keyword is quick. Q-U-I-C-K. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. You can either do that on the contest page at WMMR.com via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number we have, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners get 2 tickets to MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. The tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Meineke. So again, the word is quick. Q-U-I-C-K. Enter it right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer Lumber. And they're your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. You can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. All right, let us begin with this story. An outdoor mall in Ohio prepared long and hard for an Easter egg hunt that didn't go as planned at all, pretty much from the start. In fact, the situation sounds ugly. Monday, the Green Town Center posted a long explanation on Facebook about what went terribly wrong on Sunday. On behalf of the Green management team, it mentioned the second annual community Easter egg hunt did not turn out as we had hoped and planned for due to several factors. The post described the work put into planning the event and that everyone was very upset with the outcome and the way that they were treated by community members at the conclusion of the event. Yeah. Then the management team, clearly still angry, described in detail what went wrong and who was to blame. They said they spent 90 minutes instructing participants on how the event would go. They said 1 and 2 year olds get to start first in a designated area where they had eggs laid out specifically for them. Then 3 and 4 year olds would get 60 seconds with a parent to go head start. And following that, the hunt would begin for everyone else. However, it didn't go as well as planned from the get-go. They said we had an extremely difficult time with the crowd control and keeping people away from the center court area. We asked repeatedly, participants move. Adults were not permitted to picking up eggs, yet we saw so many doing so, which resulted in some children leaving empty-handed, and they were apparently pushing children out of the way, knocking people over.
Wow.
They said this is absolutely unacceptable behavior, and we apologize to anyone that's affected by these actions. This happens every year.
Yeah.
This happens every year. They
It's
have
like a
Easter egg
brawl.
hunts, and when parents get there, they start knocking people around.
Come on, man.
Fortunately, no one was injured. I've had worse in the Bizarre File before, but apparently they said it was starting to get out of control. The post, by the way, was almost 500 words long.
I'll kill you.
And was shared over 1,000 times in less than 10 hours. There may not be a third annual egg hunt.
I don't think they should have one.
And they did not mention the possibility of a repeat on any part of the event next year. So we'll see. Health officials in Pierce County. This is in, where's this? Tacoma, Pierce County. I think this might be in Nevada. I'm not sure. Anyhow, so they said that a woman with tuberculosis is ignoring a court order to isolate. According to that report, an officer who was directed to follow the patient said that they watched her get onto a city bus and visit a local casino. And that could cause a big problem because tuberculosis is spread when a patient coughs or sneezes in the air. And if TB isn't treated early, it can lead to long-lasting lung damage and can even infect other parts of the body like bones, the spine, and even the brain. In more severe cases, it can even kill the patient.
Is it possible she doesn't know what isolate means?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Go out and socialize? Is that what she thinks?
A lunch lady at my high school, she ended up passing away. She had tuberculosis, and the entire school, 2,000 students and faculty, all had to get TB tests.
Wow. Sure, yeah. Another court hearing is scheduled for Friday. The health department said the next steps could involve booking the woman to jail. A judge had issued a civil arrest warrant for the woman last month after she refused to isolate or take life-saving medication for over a year.
Can't she gamble on her phone?
They may throw. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
You could do that.
You got
if
it now.
wanted to. Yeah. A Las Vegas woman has been arrested after a 15-year-old boy was crushed to death when she let him ride his skateboard while holding onto the side of a car.
Yeah, I saw this.
Oh, man.
Anais Hernandez was a passenger in the car when Anthony De La Torre was run over, having claimed that it was too dangerous to let him do the stunt, only then to let an inebriated friend, Destiny Jimenez, get behind the wheel instead. Jimenez, who was 19 at the time, began cruising down the street.
Here, you're drunk. You take the wheel.
While the teen held on from outside while he suddenly fell from the skateboard and got caught under the car. Hernandez would later tell police that it felt like they ran over a bump. De La Torre died from his injuries. Days later, his cause of death was multiple blunt force injuries. Hernandez, who had felony warrant out for arrest on charges for child abuse / neglect, was taken into custody on Wednesday. After the teen's death, Jimenez was arrested and charged with reckless driving resulting in a death, DUI resulting in death, and other charges, as well as a tragic story. And those things, while they're fun, can turn real bad very, very quickly. A man was arrested Friday morning after he allegedly broke into 2 homes, then tried to evade deputies by jumping in a swimming pool and onto a trampoline, all while naked. Woo! Deputies said they responded around 2 a.m., to a report of a burglary and encountered the suspect
I can jump off the high dive.
as 34-year-old Blake Talkman. Talkman smashed out a window to break into one home and then left and broke into another house. Deputies said they encountered Talkman at the second house. Body-worn camera video released by the sheriff's office shows Talkman running from the deputy, jumping in a pool, then climbing out of the pool and jumping onto a trampoline.
I'm glad he made it to the trampoline.
You know, it's there.
Yeah.
You can't resist
These
it.
are fun.
By the way, it took 4 deputies to get custody of Talkman, who kicked or hit the deputies as well.
It's hard to cuff someone when you're all bouncing.
In addition to being naked, the sheriff's office said Talkman was covered in wheel-bearing grease.
What?
Peppermint oil and blood.
Well, that's why
I can explain.
Maybe that's why he jumped in the pool.
Yeah. I know it sounds weird, but I can explain.
Wheel-bearing grease, peppermint oil, and blood. They believe he may have been under the influence of an unknown substance or substances.
I was doing a auto alignment in the back of a spa when I got my period.
Okay.
They said it took 3 medical professionals to secure him on a stretcher for evaluation and treatment. He faces charges of 2 counts of occupied burglary, 3 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer, and 2 counts of criminal mischief and resisting arrest with violence. And we'll end on that one.
I am getting the urge to get on a trampoline.
Oh yeah,
all these trampoline parks that I see around here.
How long has it been since you've jumped on one?
Let me carry the one.
Because, listen,
40 years.
The reason I ask you is because a few years ago, my friend owns a playground equipment company. And so we were there one day. I'm like, I'm going to get on the trampoline. He's like, sure. I get in there. I'm like 10 minutes later, I am done, man. I'm like, this used to be so much fun.
Oh, we loved it.
God.
Actually, Preston, I believe we bought our trampoline from your friend.
Yeah.
And yes, you get exhausted, but also, like, I look at it now and I'm like, I really want to get on there and jump. If I do, I probably won't be able to walk tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like
I'm
at
gonna
least
get
for
hurt.
like a day.
Case, you effed yourself up, right? On a trampoline.
Yeah, but I was a kid, and that didn't deter me from.
I thought it was recently.
Did you have a foot injury?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yes, Sky Zone. But that was just a freak injury. I had already suffered from a injured foot. What's that? The plantar fascia. So I tore that ligament. But I'll go back.
It's fun though, is it not?
Well, that wasn't fun because I jumped into a foam pit. Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's
fun.
definitely fun. It's just exhausting. Like I had no idea. I mean, I could spend all day on a trampoline when I was a kid.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
so much fun.
We do it in junior high and high. We had it'd bring in trampolines. That was part of our gym thing.
Casey, at the Sky Zone in Oaks, we would go because Ben loved it, and they have the basketball hoops where you can play, and Ben would go, Steve, for like half an hour. I'm like 3 times down. I'm like, I gotta take a little bit of a breather.
That's a lot of fun.
I'll tuck her down.
Have a good time, buddy.
Over the break, I took Jason, my nephew, to Urban Air, which is like is like trampoline park / other stuff. But I mean, they mainly were on the trampoline part. We were there for 3 hours, and they pretty much jumped the entire time. I'm like, how are you guys still able to function?
So the guy who did the security for my house did the interior. They have to have so many cameras trained on every part of those places, like Sky Zone and whatever, because of the potential injuries and lawsuits. You know,
I think actually we were talking about the waivers. I was talking to my brother about the waivers that we signed, and he's like, God, I guess they just like pay so much in insurance. I'm like, no, because we're signing our lives away when we sign these.
So I recommend it, Steve. Go for it. It's definitely fun for a minute. And
Which one should I go to?
Oh, I don't know. Urban Air is pretty cool, but
Urban Air is. All right.
I mean, they're all great.
All right.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. Good luck to you. By the way, there's 5 minutes left for you to enter the word quick. So do that now, and it's for MMR's Concert Cash, QUICK. You can go to WMMR.com. You can enter it in the MMR app, or you can text the word quick to 45911. We'll see if you win $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Is your phone
fiction just for fun, and then
In comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to L.A., he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan, and we just wrote that book on our own. And then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, well, you guys know what you're doing. You want to write Deadpool? And the way it came up.
You must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember because they listen. There's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered. Mad Magazine to get in there it took forever. It was like Parliament. Right. You almost had to go through that process. But once you were in, I mean, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea because you don't want to just, half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah.
Ex-military dudes that are like, oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother. And I'm like, oh, man.
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the.
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern day Da Vinci. When you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans of your TV work?
It's both. And I mean, I notice my fans because they look like me. A lot of black T-shirts and facial hair.
Right.
And
hunched a little bit.
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. a lot of doughy foods in their diet. I don't know. I'm not judging.
No. know. It's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
You're a big time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did?
The Hollywood Bowl?
Hollywood Bowl, and then the
kidding.
following week he was dead. And like, there's no way I would have, like if he would have said, "Man, this is his last show," he didn't seem, like 1 foot.
Were you so glad you went though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die, so. Unless they're young. But, yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list
I
for
don't
you?
even know. I mean, well, like if Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Living Color in like 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989
That was
90?
a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Had mentioned Floyd. My son, my youngest son, is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
Ludes. No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to
And
that.
then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one.
Yeah,
We'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in. And when I'm not around, check it out on your
Sure.
own. Yeah.
Where's that experience coming from now? Where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing, and I'm going to now in the darkness see the music, and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums ananymore.
Yeah,
that's why it's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. Maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in San Francisco. Yeah.
I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
right.
Yep, because you
permanently
laid back.
reclined,
But
yeah.
they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around so you see what Rush looked like backwards. And you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they did.
It's amazing.
They did 3D laser lights where you'd wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah,
I
that was
missed
for
out
a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn. Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. This very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Luyendijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Britneys, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just
looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I
No,
mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller, lesser network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22.
Yeah.
And I'm getting details at WMMR.com. We made the announcement to line up for MMRBQ. That information is available at WMMR.com. A host of things for you to check out and to be a part of. So we're going to move along, though, and ask a lesson question from today. And we're going to give away a $50 card to Manhattan Bagel. And the question that we will ask was from almost 7 o'clock this morning. Which James Cromwell movie was Babe the Pig's favorite? He asked him about it.
He did.
Which James Cromwell movie was Babe the Pig's favorite? If you heard that earlier this morning, then you know, and you need to call 215-263 WMMR. We'll get you a prize for your effort. In the meantime, we'll do the trash while we wait for that call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. From cold showers to clogged drains, Horizon's highly trained expert plumbers are there when you need them with 24-hour emergency plumbing solutions. Visit HorizonEasyBook.com to book in 30 seconds. What's up, Steve?
Well, 2 women accusing George Foreman of sexual abuse 45 years ago and want him to agree to a polygraph test. Ironically, George Foreman's lawyer says he refuses to be grilled.
Hey!
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Terrifying moment at the Masters on Friday after a huge pine tree fell near the 17th tee at the famed Augusta National Golf Course, nearly crushing spectators. Tournament officials immediately classified the falling tree as a 1,000 wood.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Olivia Culpo and Christian McCaffrey are officially engaged after the NFL star popped the question to the 30-year-old supermodel while the two were on vacation. McCaffrey reportedly dropped to one knee, exclaiming, quote, "I want to spend forever with your breast, ass, vagina, vagina, breast, ass, breast, vagina." And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Alrighty. We'll see if we know the answer to the question. We're going to go to caller, and it is Marnie that we're going to try this out on. Hey, Marnie, good morning.
Hello.
Hello. All right, Marnie, which James Cromwell movie was Babe the Pig's favorite?
LA Confidential?
LA Confidential.
Yeah.
Hang on, Marnie.
Marnie's a great name. It's a Hitchcock movie.
We are going to give you a $50 gift card to Manhattan Bagel, where sandwiches are always made to order with real, fresh, cracked eggs on the grill and authentic New York-style bagels. You can order ahead at manhattanbagel.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, it's brought to you by PGW. It says powered by PGW.
Oh,
improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with the PGW Energy Sense rebate up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. So, listen to this. Gavin Rossdale is a grandfather.
Whoa!
I know.
Wow.
The Bush frontman's daughter, Daisy Lowe, welcomed a baby girl with her fiance, Jordan Saul, on Sunday. She wrote on Instagram, "Our Easter egg finally hatched. Ivy loves Saul. You have made all my dreams come true. Our dream girl. I have never known happiness or love like this. I can't stop crying tears of joy." And that's all I know about that.
Is that the daughter that he discovered later in life?
I think so. The one that he found out he had after being with Gwen Stefani.
I think that, because he was married to her, but it had a prior relationship, and
Sure.
that's where that child came from.
And that's when he renamed the band Old Wiry Gray Bush.
Wow. So he's a grandpa now.
Crazy.
The Offspring are planning to support Budweiser following country singer Travis Tritt's decision to ban Anheuser-Busch beverages from his backstage hospitality riders. And Noodles tweeted out on Thursday, "We are going to be adding Anheuser-Busch products and Jack Daniels to our hospitality rider just to piss off a bunch of dim-witted bigots who fear what they don't understand." He said, "I know an S-ton of artists who feel exactly the same, and we drink," and he says in all caps, "a lot." Tritt lashed out after the brand had teamed up with transgender activist Dylan Mulvaney for a March Madness campaign. And so this is kind of a counter campaign to that. Travis Tritt deciding that he doesn't want them backstage. So happy for those guys. Love the Offspring. Metallica has announced 4-night Jimmy Kimmel Live residency. The band announced via Twitter, "We're celebrating 72 Seasons release week by taking over late night." The announcement continued saying, "Catch us on Jimmy Kimmel Live on ABC Monday, April 10th through Thursday, April 13th for 4 live performances. One night of chatting on the couch as well, and whatever other fun Jimmy has in store for us."
How many nights do you need to do in a row in order for it to become a residency?
Is it at least a full week?
I would think
They're only
more
doing
than 3.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. So it's he does 5 live shows a week, I assume?
I think they only do 4. Most late night guys.
Okay.
They usually take Friday off and tape 2 shows on Thursday.
All right. Well, maybe that's considered a residency in late night TV lore. I don't know. Ousted Red Hot Chili Peppers guitarist Josh Klinghoffer admits that he's been far from impressed with the music that the band has recorded without him. Of course, guitarist John Frusciante joined in late 2019 to perform in the band's next 2 albums, Unlimited Love and Return of the Dream Canteen, both of which were released in 2022. Klinghoffer now performs as part of Eddie Vedder's side band, the Earthlings, as well as a touring member of Pearl Jam. He admitted that he couldn't help comparing the unreleased music that he was creating with the band prior to being forced out to the music featured on their new album.
Is this code?
No, hang on a second. He admitted that he couldn't help comparing the unreleased music that he was creating with the band prior to being forced out to the music featured on their new albums with Frusciante. He said, "It's tough listening to their new music because I honestly think we were doing cooler music. I never want to sound negative about anyone doing music, but I was shocked when I heard their new record." When asked about the band's latest music recorded with John Frusciante, he said, "I don't think I finished listening to the second one. I was trying to cram it all in once leaving on a plane, and I got as far as maybe the 9th song, and I don't think I listened to the rest," he said. But what he's heard, he said he wasn't that impressed with. Ghost has announced they will release a covers EP called Phantomime, and they also premiered a video of their cover of Genesis's. Is that how you say that?
I'd say Genesis's.
Jesus, He Knows Me. This is due out on May 18th. The track listing is See No Evil by Television, Jesus, He Knows Me by Genesis, Hanging Around by The Stranglers, Phantom of the Opera from Iron Maiden, and We Don't Need Another Hero, Thunderdome from Tina Turner.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's doing a cover. They're doing a cover of that.
That wasn't a very good movie. I wish it had been better.
Yeah.
Road Warrior's the best of the lot.
I thought the song was pretty decent.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you're not hungry.
I've never seen it. And I don't think I've ever seen Road Warrior, but I did watch that Fury Road.
Fury. Yeah,
And
it was
liked
good.
that.
Yeah, the original Mad Max, which is the original, then the Road Warrior, which is I think the best. The Mad Max Fury Road is a movie about Furiosa. Mad Max is hardly in it, so that's my problem with that one. But I still enjoyed the movie.
With little fanfare, Rush's Geddy Lee officially announced on his Getty Images Instagram account his autobiography, which will be titled My Effin' Life. And it will be published on November 14th. Other than posting the cover sleeve for the memoir, he added only more to come. He has previously recalled that he began working on the memoir during lockdown. Back in 2021, he posted to social media on his social media pages, saying that there were some shiny silver linings to be found at home. Teaching my grandson the finer points of baseball and bird watching, tending to my pups, one of whom was quite ill, and spending evenings with my lovely better half with a glass of armagnac in hand as we watched every European mystery show ever produced. Oh, and another thing, I began to write. Words, that is. And he went on to explain that the long shadow of Neil Peart's 2020 death played a part in inspiring him in writing the book. He said, my friend and collaborator on the Big Beautiful Book of Bass, Daniel Rickler, saw how I was struggling in the aftermath of Neil's passing and tried coaxing me out of my blues with some funny tales from his youth, daring me to share my own in return. So I did, reluctantly at first, but then remembering, oh, yeah, I like wrestling with words. So looking forward to seeing that.
Is that a joke, an inside joke or anything? My effing life, or is that just him being...
I've never heard it.
Okay.
I don't really know, but it may be. You never know. They have a lot of...
Yeah.
They're Canadians.
Yes.
They have these little jokes, that they throw around.
Canadian jokes.
Graham Nash revealed that his late partner, David Crosby, died in his sleep while battling another bout with COVID, according to Rolling Stone. Nash, who was publishing the May 19th release of his latest solo set, which is titled Now, on a podcast, frankly, spoke about Crosby's passing. He said that he was rehearsing for a show to do in Los Angeles with a full band. After 3 days of rehearsals, he felt a little sick and had already had COVID, and he had COVID again. And so he went home and decided that he would take a nap, and he never woke up. He said, but he died in his bed, and that's fantastic. He went on to say, the fact that he made it to 81 was astonishing.
Yes, we said that. It was on borrowed time and got a good run.
He said, but his death was a shock. It was kind of like an earthquake. You get the initial shock, and then you figure out that you survived, but these little aftershocks kept coming up, and they're diminishing in size as I go along. Regarding their strained relationship over the past half decade, he said, listen, I'm very pleased that David and I were getting closer towards the end. He had a good life. What incredible music he made. He was a fantastic storyteller. I love him dearly. And looking back at what separated us, it was just foolish stuff, really. The music is the most important part of our relationship. And then we have a couple of clips to play. The Grammys Salute the Beach Boys took place over the weekend.
I watched it last night, and I'd forgotten it was on, and I simultaneously was thrilled and grunted like, oh, no, because I really wanted to watch it. And it was great. They had... the remaining, obviously, they excluded the dead Beach Boys, which I think was a good idea. Yeah. But they actually did something which was kind of interesting, Preston. They had them all up in an elevated, balcony. Mm-hmm. And so the artists were able to come out and perform and look at them. A lot of times they'd have them in the front row. But it was kind of a cool thing. And they had the artists that were performing these various Beach Boys songs kind of tell what the songs meant to them. So it was really kind of interesting.
Next, pulling up a video, there was Luke Spiller.
Spiller did a great job with, and they didn't include the audio, which pissed me off, with Pretty Reckless with Taylor Munson.
Nice. So here's some clips we have. This is Weezer.
Yeah.
And they're playing California Girls.
It's cool.
Nice cover.
They stayed. Everyone stayed pretty close to the source with some flights of fancy, but And Brandy Carlisle did "In My Room," which is one of my favorite songs.
Here we go.
There's a world where I can go and tell my secrets to. In my room. In my room.
So she's a massive Beach Boys fan.
Yeah.
A lot of these artists that you
Yeah.
would not suspect. Like I don't know much about. I know Charlie Puth, and I've seen some footage of him performing. But apparently he was weaned on the Beach Boys.
All right, and here's him doing Wouldn't It Be Nice?
It feels very special to play the song that's track 1 on the CD that I grew up listening to the most. The fact that I get to play it in front of all the Beach Boys, I'm still kind of taking it in. It's very overwhelming. I'm sweating. Isn't that good?
Wow. Did they have like a group of people
They
doing
did.
backup vocals?
They had a stock group of the voices that were there that played were back there. Same drummer, same people who were obviously top of their craft. But that whole 3-part harmony, they had a set group that was there to provide that for everyone.
That's phenomenal.
How long was the special?
It started late. I had it recorded. I had to record whatever show was after that. But
Okay.
it was, and then watched it back, skipping the commercials. Supposed to be from 8 to 10. It ended up being 9 to 11.
Okay. There's a band I like called Fleet Foxes that were pretty heavily influenced by the Beach Boys. That I guess they're just not big enough to make the cut for something like that.
Well, you'd be surprised who they're grabbing out. I mean, Hanson did Hanson came out. By the way, Handsome now is handsome.
Yeah.
And all those kids grew up to look really good, but they did a great job. And the harmonies in the Beach Boys songs are just amazing.
Steve, did you see because I'm watching this reel on Instagram, did you see Jim James from My Morning Jacket's performance? I love
great,
that guy, yeah.
Great. I mean, it's sensational.
Do you know which song he did?
I forget, Nick. I
Okay.
also, God, what is he? Who did Pumped Up Kicks? Foster the People?
Foster the People, yeah.
They were there and did as well a great performance.
That's awesome.
So they had a very eclectic group of people celebrating, rightfully so, the Beach Boys.
If you missed it, how do you find it?
I think you can go to probably a Paramount
Plus.
Paramount Plus will probably
Yeah,
have
I
it.
just found it. CBS posted a link. The whole thing's up there. It's 90 minutes. We'll post it on WMR.com so you can watch the whole thing.
Nice.
Love it. Thank you, Marissa. All right, we're going to wrap up music news with a phone call, and I am going to Jack. Hey, Jack, good morning.
Hey, Preston and Steve, what's up?
Yeah, bud, nice to talk to you.
Man.
Hey, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Are you calling in to talk about music news or what?
No, I'm calling to tell you I won $1,000.
Awesome! And that's how you do that. MMR's Concert Cash, and Jack is our first winner.
Awesome.
And Jack, not only do you get $1,000, which is pretty sweet, but you win the first tickets to the MM Barbecue as well.
Oh, that's awesome. I never went there. I'm looking forward to that.
All right, well, it's going to be on September 16th, and we expect to see you there. And you're buying everybody beers, right?
I sure am.
All right, happy to hear that. Where are you from, Jack?
From Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Excellent. Thank you for rocking with MMR. We appreciate it, buddy.
MMR rocks. I listen to you guys every day.
Oh, thanks,
All right,
man.
there. Let's hear it for Jack. All right. Next opportunity is coming up. When do we have our next opportunity? I haven't gotten into the times yet. Noon will be your chance because we're going to be doing it every day at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. and noon and 3 and 5 p.m. So, Pierre, with your next shot to win. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We will wrap up our program when we return, and we'll give you that letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
You know that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat?
Or booger. Yes. Something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow.
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes. That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
If you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes,
love you.
He goes,
I want to be with you.
He goes,
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric.
Oh, that's really cool.
To make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was, hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of those things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all sounds
bizarre,
really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he, a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that.
Right.
Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful. But he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening. Basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by, and that in that same way, being present as having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy. But I've always coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. It's all that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside. And they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just. And it was something stupid to do as a kid that when you would call it, it would dial or it would ring once and then it would pick up and it would go. I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
That was the new format that we were doing.
No.
Where you don't even say anything, you just go right to the letter.
Maybe we do that every break. The word of the week, the word's going to be like 50 characters long by the time we're done. All right, anyhow, that was Lincoln Park.
That was a test.
93.3. Oh, Casey's going to give me my official music bed. Hang on. There we go. 93.3 WMMR. Lincoln Park. All right, it's 10:46. We are wrapping up the program. And what a program it has been. A return from a few days off. And we had a really good time as we chatted with a good friend, Chris Jericho.
Yes, great guy.
Of Fozzy. They are playing Brooklyn Bowl, and that will be on the 16th of this month. And it's Sunday. And you can go to FozzyRock.com for information to get those tickets. But Chris is awesome, and the band is fantastic. And then we rolled out the information for MMRBQ 2023. The official announcement has been made. You will find Saturday, September 16th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Shinedown, Billy Idol, Larkin Poe, and Aaron Jones. The GA portion of the day includes Dirty Honey, Finger 11, the band Tiger Cub, and MMR's local shots artist Vixen 77. And on top of that, we have the return of the Preston and Steve side stage.
Yes.
Featuring live band karaoke. And as we get closer, we will let you know what you need to do in order to possibly end up on stage singing live at the MMRBQ. That was so much fun last year.
It was terrific.
It was a little thing that we were going to try.
And just as, just for fun.
A lark.
And it ended up being a blast. So details, WMMR.com. Tickets start at $25 in the lawn. And while those last, and VIP and pit tickets are also available. And we gave away money today. We started the concert cash. And we just had a $1,000 winner just a couple of minutes ago. And excited to begin that. Pierre's going to have your chance later on today. Hey, man.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Welcome back, kids.
Good to be back.
Nice to have you all back in the saddle.
Yes, sir.
And hear the Emma Barbecue announcement and the concert cash announcement. It's all good.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Forward momentum.
Shall we get the letter of the day from you?
We shall.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
D as in dingus.
Dingus Day. Happy Dingus Day. Dingus.
Dingus.
And
Dingus. Have a fungus.
Ding Dirty Dingus. We have a 4-pack of front row tickets with the early access pit passes for Monster Jam this Saturday, April 15th, Lincoln Financial Field. You can experience full throttle family fun at Monster Jam, where world-class athletes in their 12,000-pound monster trucks tear up the dirt in wide-open competition of speed and skill. And tickets and information available at monsterjam.com. Everything good in your world?
Yeah, very good. Very good.
What's happening today?
On the program, we have a Monday program and some good energy for you. Workforce blocks will include the Stray Cats, Brian Setzer's birthday. It's such a fun band. I just love them. A block of Disturbed and a block of Kansas. So we're all over the musical map.
Wow.
But
Setzer to Disturbed to Kansas.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, but, if you're going to say everything that rocks, you may as well prove it.
Yes.
So I intend to prove it today.
Excellent.
Otherwise, we're just like dust in the wind.
Otherwise, we are dust in the wind. But, all I can do is carry on my
wayward son. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, I would like...
But I'm not down with the sickness.
No, you're just sexy and 17.
I'm just doing my Stray Cat strut. That's all I got. I can't think of
Now,
any
you guys are already at the point of no return.
You made it.
Okay, I got one
It's
from all
Friday.
three bands.
You got one
No
from all
sad,
three.
bro.
None. That's not Friday. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. The President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Shock IT. Protect your business. IT infrastructure now. We're ShockIT.com. Tomorrow on our program, we're going to have joining us May Pang.
Yes.
Wow.
May Pang was John Lennon's lover for a little while he and Ringo were taking a break.
Sex.
No, he and Yoko were taking a break.
That hurt.
And they spent quite a while together. So we'll talk to May Pang later on, actually tomorrow. And then we have Chris Davis, who is going to be playing George Foreman.
Yes.
In the George Foreman biopic.
Which is pretty wild.
And he'll be in our studio tomorrow. And we also have Tat Tuesday and other things that are going to be taking place. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.